Okay, we are live. All right. Wait for some people to come on and then we'll get started. Oh, you know what? I got to put the link up there. All right, people are starting to come in. Hey, welcome to tonight's live stream. We're going to be doing a movie review on the movie Guess Who. And my lovely, beautiful wife Sandy's going to be joining in tonight on the movie review. And, we're going to talk about it. And also, I'm going to drop the link if you want to come on and be a part of the panel to talk about the movie review. Let me go ahead and upload it, put it up there. So this is a panel. You can come on and talk about it. And we want to keep it just with the movie review. Afterwards, we can ask some questions and stuff. Hey, CC, good to see you. But I'll go ahead and put the link up there. And it's an open panel. If you want to come on and talk about the movie, but make it about the movie. I don't want to go into anything else till maybe the end. And I want to welcome CC, R. Howard, Deanna, good to see you. And I just want to welcome you guys to the show. And we're going to talk. Hello. And you know my wife, Sandra, right? This is my Sandy baby. And she agreed to join us today and talk about the movie Guess Who? We just finished watching it. We seen it way back. The movie came out in 2005. So it's been out there for a while, but it's a really good movie. And we watched it today. And so we could have it fresh in our mind. And I got some slides or some pictures I want to show you guys of the movie. And I'm going to apologize now. Some of the pictures are a bit blurry. I don't know if just the program or how I downloaded it to my computer. But, we'll just go with that. And we'll talk about the movie and have some fun. And the link's up there if you want to join us at any time. Just make sure it's about the movie. I don't want to debate before I'm trying to do a movie review.
No, Caesar said that took you. That's why it took you so long.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it is. But anyway, hey Corey, good to see you. Beyond Comfort and Travel, good to see you too. Rothney Dunnigan, good to see you. But anyway, let's go ahead. I got a little some pictures here I want to show you, and I'll pull this up, and then we're off to the side here, and this is part of the movie. It's like in the beginning, he's with his future father-in-law, and he's a white guy, and they have a conflict going back and forth, and in this scene, it's pretty funny because they're listening to the radio, and it keeps changing the station, and it songs about interracial relationships. It's hilarious. And that picture's kind of blurry, but that part is really funny.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite parts because I think it's funny because the thing that he's trying to go ahead and not familiar with, the songs come on to go ahead and go towards that relationship. So actually I like this part of the movie actually.
Yeah, it's pretty hilarious. And then we'll go here. Okay, this is when Percy Jackson and his wife, they're doing their 25th wedding anniversary. Yeah, 25th. They're renewing their vows. Mm-hmm. And he gave a speech towards the end, and they do the tango, and it's pretty funny, and at the end when it's funny, it's like he's giving his daughter's boyfriend a hard time because he's a white guy, and then his other daughter was dating a Samoan guy, I think it was.
He showed up to the wedding. She showed up to a wedding with the Samoan guy. So it was,
yeah. So he's giving him a hard time, and it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
But that picture came out pretty good, and yeah. Then I'll show this, and that's towards the end. Okay, and there he's teaching. This is when they kind of develop like a father-in-law, son-in-law relationship, and he's helping him learn how to do the tango because his wife wants to dance the tango.
Yes.
And
so he, in order to get in her good graces, because she really wanted to do it, he knows how to do it because his mother was a dance teacher. So he knew about how to do it. So he did that. He taught her dad how to go ahead and do the tango. So yeah. So that's pretty funny. They're dancing together, and I think they found a bottle of vodka, and so they started dancing. It was fun, and then they woke up the next day because his wife and his girlfriend were mad at him because they had lied. His girlfriend didn't tell the family that he was a white guy, so the dad got blindsided. The mom was more accepting, and the dad was kind of had issues with it. But that was, it's pretty funny. But they had a fight, and the mother and daughter took off, went to her sister's house, so they were left alone with each other, right? So that's pretty hilarious. And so he taught him how to dance, so he can, get to know him better. Yeah, find out some stuff about him and stuff. So so that was pretty good. Yeah, and it's a good part of the story how they, bonded a little bit, got to know each other. But anyway, let's move this on. Okay, and there's the stars of the movie. Okay, and this is the couple. Gosh, I forgot her name. But she's a famous actress. You've seen her in movies. She's in Star Trek, both those movies. I think the movie she was a assassin because of her parents. So I think Columbia. Yeah, from Columbia. Was it Catalina or Catalina? There you go. Yeah, something like that. Was a good movie too. But she's a real good actress, and Ashton Kutcher from the '70s show. He's goofy, funny. And this was a good comedy movie, and these two really, played the part good. With the different cultures coming together and the families. Are they going to accept him or not? And him being uncomfortable because her father's black and he's not really showing open arms, you might say. And, that's kind of true. And I remember, dating interracially, the father, man, they could be tough, And I understand it because I'm that way with my daughter. So, but anyway, they did accept them, and even the father came around and he actually had, talked him into coming back because they had a fight and he was going to leave. And the father says, what, my daughter would be happy to have you. So it's like, I guess, a heartwarming ending. But it does show you some of the conflicts you might have. A lot of times movies, in my opinion, over-exaggerate. The conflicts are different. And I'm just speaking from my, my situation, because me and Sandy, was dating and got married. Our families just accepted it. There was no feud or no. And when they're sitting at the dinner table and he says, tell some black jokes. And I know your family would mess with me. Yeah. I mean, not that bad, but no, but it's just all in fun. Yeah. That was. Yeah, I know your brother was messing with me. He had to be nervous. Yeah. But, our families came together and, I could say this about my wife. I got an awesome wife and she's got an awesome family. I was blessed,
and it was meant to be. And
No,
but
dear,
yeah,
we love you.
thanks, man. But this was a good movie, and you know, it was funny too.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. It was a good movie, but it showed a lot of cases maybe that might happen or could happen and everything. So I think with this, it just broke the ice on a lot of things and just had a lot of humor to it, which is just it's more at ease, so that with a little bit being serious. So actually, it was a really good movie.
Yeah.
It was good.
Okay, and then that's really blurry. I think that was the decorator guy, wasn't it?
No, he helped with the wedding.
Yeah,
So
he set up he set up the wedding. Yeah,
Yes, he helped with the wedding to go ahead and set it up. So
yeah.
so he helped with the wedding and made sure everything went right, and then and helped the father make sure that he had all his stuff. Bernie Mac, which is rest in peace, because Bernie Mac in this movie did a really good job. He's one of my favorite comedians, and
Yeah, that
really
guy's
he was just so good, and he was really starting to move up. So it was heartbreaking when he had passed, because he was really starting to hit ground. So it's but his movies are always good. They're always funny.
Yeah, and that was sad too, because he was hilarious.
Yeah.
And in this movie, oh my God,
Yeah,
he
did
played the part good.
really good.
In that scene where he wouldn't let him and his daughter sleep in the same room, right? So he put him in the basement and slept with him, I guess, to make sure he wouldn't try to get with his daughter and stuff. And that was hilarious.
Yeah,
but
it was really good. Yeah, it's a funny movie too to watch every now and then, to kind of just get a little bit of humor, especially with everything that's going on now. So that movie's pretty. It was really good. So,
yeah, and it kind of reminded us when we first were dating, and when we got married. We didn't have no. It kind of overdid it if we compare our lives, but there's some of the things we run into, and
a lot of people staring, a lot of people looking, a lot of people, it's different. So it wasn't too, but other than that, that's fine, because I expected it. So, but pretty much we just went on about our business. The most important thing was about our family and friends. So, it's that's how we got through everything. So, it's pretty much all about us. So we didn't really care about what everybody else thought.
And the part in the beginning when he quit his job because his boss had a problem because his girlfriend was black that he was going to marry. And, he gave up a good job. And his dad, his father-in-law at the end was like, I know you gave up your job. And, what did he say? It's, that's, he said, I look up to that. That's very
noble.
Noble, yeah. And, that he was giving them compliment for standing up, but then he said, that's stupid. How are you going to make money now?
Right.
And that was like a reality check. Like,
how are you going to go ahead if you have everybody that always say something about you guys? How are you going to go ahead and live? Everybody's going to have to say something. So you're just going to have to go ahead and push through it and have thick skin. And so pretty much that's where we were.
Yeah.
Same thing. Similar to the same thing I went through in one of my jobs too. Just a little bit different, but almost a little bit of the same. So, but yeah, I can understand that. I can relate to that part.
Yeah, and what was, and you know what? We both dealt with that. I remember my first duty station.
Yes.
I had a squad leader that was, he didn't like the fact that, he thought I walked on water. He treated me like, he's like, I'm happy to have you. You're a good worker. And, and he met my wife, Sandy. And then it was like, I couldn't do nothing right. It was like, oh my God. And, and his wife didn't like that. The gossip got all around base that my wife was black, even though there were other white men married to black women. It just, I don't know. It just, it was like, but he went in on me and, he tried to hurt me in that way. But most of
backfired, actually.
it did. Actually, I got
Big
promoted.
time.
I
Yeah,
actually passed him up in rank,
right.
and then he had to listen to me at the end. So
Yes,
that's
it did.
God's work there. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Right? But yeah, that turned around because
Yes,
we were
it
at
did.
Fort Sill, Oklahoma, in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
That's my first duty station. But I went through that, and I put on my sergeant stripes there. That was a good time. We had our oldest daughter, and you guys seen her on one of my lives, Well, you didn't. She didn't come up, but she was in the comments. But that's where she was born, and this was
Yeah.
back in 1996.
Yep.
We had been married 2 years, and we had our first child. And the rumor was when we got married is that I married her because I got her pregnant and all this other crap. But I married her because I love her.
Yeah.
It's funny because, when I tell our story, or my wife does, it's like the trolls out there are like, they have a million reasons why our marriage has lasted, why we're together, why it's working. And it's all in a negative thing. They can never say, well, they love each other. They did it right. Never get that. But,
Right.
Yeah,
pretty much with coworkers and my boss. I think it's when the time when we got married and when we were together, there wasn't not a lot of couples like us as far as a black woman with a white man. I mean, there was some, but there was not. Especially when you went to Fort Sill, Oklahoma, at that time, there was very, very, very few. So people that were just pretty much don't like change or didn't much care for it, or I don't know what the shock mode is as far as us being together. I don't know what the shock factor is. I really don't. Which is, you have men that date, we have black men that date white women, Asian women, Spanish, it's nothing, it's no, we accept it. It's okay because we always see it. But when it's the other way around, it's like a shocker, it's like well, how are you doing this? And how are you? So, so other than that, we're still together, we're still here. Now you see it come out more. Now you've seen it more come out with movies. You see it more come out with commercials. I mean, you're seeing it now. I mean, you're seeing it a lot more, which is, that's good because it should be all right to do, because we've been watching that for so many years on the other end. So now that we see it on this one and on this end with us, it's
and
it's a trend. I mean, it's it's there. So
and we're catching up with our counterparts. Brad and Keisha are catching up with Tyrone and Becky. But yeah, it was a shock. Well, but there were one of my other sergeants was married to a black woman, and we hit it off because we had something in common. And it was but we did get backlash from a couple people, but most people were supportive. In fact, actually, black people in my unit were like giving me respect because they knew I wasn't a racist, I guess. And no, that was a good thing.
Because when everybody first met my husband, when they first met him, they just automatically assumed, because the way he looks and how Brent presented himself, he wasn't like that. So when I came around, they saw me. Yeah, it was a shock. It was a shock factor. So
it was like,
really, because but I got a kick out of it because I always thought it was fun, because I know people will get the shock, and I'm always in for the shock factor. So I'm, so I always like that. So so it didn't bother me. I always like that.
But anyway, back to the movie. We're telling you our movie. But when he had that boss, I just remember I had that boss, and had to deal with that. It don't happen all the time. It's a rare thing, but it does happen.
Mm-hmm.
And Sandy can tell you some stories. Oh my goodness, her last boss before I retired. I mean, this was a true, straight up angry Karen type. I mean, she lost her. She just when I first came into where you worked in your office.
Yeah, Brent was the shock factor.
Yeah, she like her eyes were so big, and she like it stunned and like, and wasn't it every time? I mean, when you come to work, always ask you, well, what does his mom think? What does his parents think? What you know, and you could tell when people don't like it, because these days they ain't going to just say, you know, I don't like it. Mm-hmm. There's some that will, but it's rare. They usually tiptoe around it. Well, you know, what do your parents think about, you know, society? It's got to be rough on you. And what's his mom think? You know, everybody thinks my mom had a problem with it for some reason. Right, she didn't care. I mean, she already knew where I was going, but
that's what the movie comes in, because it shows the family. Yeah, they get a shock, you know, but everybody's getting to know each other. Give them a chance, you know, give him a chance, you know, see what he's like, you know, everybody, you know, she's with him for a reason. She loves him and she wants to be with him, and he obviously wants to be with her. So it was just trying to give him a chance to get with the family and know everybody. And I think that's where, you know, that's where it went, which it had a funny beginning, but it had a very good outcome. So, you know, so that's the reason why I like this movie here. So it's always.
Yeah, and it was funny where remember when the wife and the daughter took off, mm-hmm. and they were left alone, and they were at the sister's house, and I guess they were drinking margaritas or something.
That's right.
And you know, that reminds us of like our family. They're kind of like that, you know, and
having to come back and apologize.
Yeah,
say sorry, but yeah, that was.
And you know what? I've done that a few times, because. He was right. What did Bernie Mac say? He told Adam Kushner, he says, you know what? She's right. She's always right. And he says, well, what about our dignity? He says, you love her, don't you? Well, she's right. That was funny when he said that, because he's like,
right.
Yeah, but that was but you know, people do have like little struggle. They have struggles like that, interracial relationships, especially starting out, because you're into something new. You're stepping out of your comfort zone, and yes, people will look at you different. Yes, people will have different reaction. You know, and that's both sides, both black and white people.
Right.
You know, and we've seen it from both sides. You know, fortunately for us, our families were loving and accepted us. You know, in many cases, it's not like that. You know, we're just blessed that way. Some people, they got to fight with the dad, or the mom don't like it, or the brother or sister, or you know, mm-hmm. We had some friends that tried to talk us out of it that ended up not being our friends. But other than that, our family supported us.
Yeah.
In fact, my dad told me when he met my wife, he says, son, you got my blessing. If you mess it up, I'm going to choke slam you. and
that's because I brought him steaks to the house, so you know I had to get good invite in there. But so but what so exactly what he was saying, and there's also a part in there too, as we're talking about acceptance of family. There's a part where she's talking to her dad, and she's letting him know about his boss and how she feels really funny about it because of she said he doesn't have a kind face or whatnot. So she pretty much talking to her dad about that. So she was trying to get some acceptance from her dad on there, as well as like it's okay. But, and after he talked to her and figured out what was going on, he knew what the other part of the story was. And he said,
Yeah, and that's where
as a man,
that's where he had respect for him, because he knew the real deal, and I agree with the dad. He shouldn't have quit his job. He should have found another job, kept it till he found another job. But
because sometimes when you're in that,
the heat of the moment,
it's hard to think a little bit clearly. When you think about everything else that's going on, and you're trying to make it work, and you're meeting the family for the first time, so that has a lot. So, but it's good.
Thanks for the super chat, Miscellaneous. I hope I said it right. Um,
Just want to.
okay, what's it say? Sorry.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, let me get up to read this. Just inform the hospital login. Uh, just want to stress. Oh, sorry. Just want to stress, make you ill. Thank you for the positive vibes you give the world. Live your life for you. Be happy, respect yourself and others. God bless. Thank you so much. And God bless you too. And that's right. You know, live for yourself. You know, it's your life. And you know, show a positive outlook. You know, we have a great marriage. We do. Um, you know, and we got 3 kids and 2 granddaughters. Well, one's coming
Yeah.
sooner or later.
Yep.
But,
That's
yeah,
when you could get down there first before, yeah.
yeah, because you went down there because she was having contractions, and yeah.
So yeah, we're excited, but yeah,
she didn't give birth yet. But this baby is huge. She might have to have a C-section. The baby's so big.
yeah.
And she's much bigger now than, you know, with our first granddaughter.
Yeah.
And it's cute because she's like skinny, but she got a big belly. Like,
yeah.
you know, it's cute though. It's awesome. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that, and God bless you. And I hope I can just continue to give out good vibes. That's what I want to do. There's so much negativity and stuff out there, and sometimes we got to go there and defend ourselves, you know. And sometimes I get in the defense mode because through our marriage, we've had to be on the defense mode. I've had to stand up for my wife, and she's had to for me. You know, and it's not fair. You know, if we were both black or both white, we wouldn't get as much flack. But you know, we love each other, and it's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever they throw at us.
Yeah. So when you see movies like that or that come up, and the movies that you see and stuff like that have it, you know, kind of just tells a little bit of the story, but you know, and it always has it has a nice ending, a good ending, you know, and you're always going to hold on to uh, that nice strong ending, because you know pretty much everything that we're going through, what you saw in the movie, is a little bit that what you know a lot of mixed couples go through sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't end that way half time, but sometimes it does. So, but you know, if you really love each other, then you just go ahead and you push forward, and like you said, just be with who you love. And I mean, that's what it's really really what's all it's about.
Oh my goodness, Miss Trish, Posh and Paige. Thanks for the super sticker. Gosh, you guys, you don't have to do that. Just give me a thumbs up. You know, but thank you so much.
Appreciate that.
That's so awesome. Thanks for the super sticker. You know, God bless you guys. You guys are awesome. You know, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. And
thank you lots.
Yeah, but
and thank you for supporting my husband too, as well, I like to say. So thank you for all the support that you give him on this channel. He loves speaking to you guys and hearing from you guys, and you know, just being there, and I appreciate you guys for doing that. So thank you for being supportive of him and us, and we do appreciate that. So thank you for the love. We do. I mean, you know, it's heartwarming. So we appreciate it. Thank you so much. I mean, we really do. So.
Yeah. And I love you guys. I mean, well, I do 7-8 hour shows lately. I don't know. I just have such a good time with you guys. I get to talking. And last night, I just think that was an awesome show. And just the you know, everybody in the panel, and it was fun. And even the trolls coming in, it was fun, you know, to yell at them and tell them off in a way, you know. And I mean, it was just a good night. And, you know, towards the end, I actually fell asleep. I was so tired and stuff, but I just enjoy talking to you guys. And I just, you know, when I get on, sometimes I just can't stop. It just, that tells you how much I enjoy this. you know, and I've never had a hobby I enjoyed more than this. Sandy, thank you for keeping it in good health. Yeah, she has. You know what? My wife gets on to me for what I eat, for what I, taking my medication, you know. And when I came out of the army, I came pretty beat up.
Yeah.
I had some broken bones. I developed asthma. Mentally, I was kind of out of it too. Coming back from Iraq 3 times. So I wasn't in the best shape, you might say, physically and mentally. I have deformed bones because I'd broken them and they didn't heal right, or I didn't even know.
Yeah, I didn't even know.
Yeah. And in the Army, we're taught to, deal with pain sometimes. And, you get in that mindset. And, my wife has looked out for me my whole time in my career. And being an Army wife, I don't think there's any job harder than that. She had to put up with me being deployed, training, gone a lot of the time, the uncertainty, having to take care of the kids while I'm overseas. And I've been three deployments in Iraq. 2 of them were 18 months. The other 2 were a year. Bosnia, Kosovo, Korea. And she's taking care of the household and the kids and everything. And the amazing thing is she never complained. And having a wife that loves you that much, you just don't know the blessing I have. And I tell you, and
I love you.
Oh, thanks. But
he worked really hard. I mean, it was a lot. He worked really hard. And I mean, and I know him being in the service, and there's a lot of stress that soldiers go through, especially out there in the field and going through things. It's a lot. I mean, it's, people think, okay, well, this is the service, this is how it is. And I mean, once you're in it, it's a totally different story, because these guys get, sometimes they're working late, sometimes they have to be called back. Sometimes if soldiers don't show up where they're supposed to be at, he was the guy that had to go out there and get them and look for them. And here we are, and I wasn't going to let him go out there by himself. So usually I would go with them and drive while he looks, because, you can't look, so it was a lot. And other than that, it was good.
Yeah, and that was crazy. When we deployed, we had actual soldiers that took off and stuff and had to go get them. And I remember when I was a platoon sergeant, oh my goodness, there were times I had to get soldiers out of jail. They got in trouble out in town and had to deal with that, and lost time with the family, lost sleep. But my wife never complained. She never. And the amazing thing is I know a lot of people that were in the Army and the military that their wives actually gave them an ultimatum and forced them to get out.
Yeah.
My wife never did that. If she would have gave me that ultimatum, I would have got out, of course. My wife's worth more than my career, but she put me first. And, financially we're better off for it, so the blessing come in the end. I mean,
I did, because after he got out the service and we moved and got here, I there's a job I really wanted when I got back here. So when I found it open, so I was really, really happy I got my dream job that I really wanted. So I was really happy then. So the blessings do come, so they do come. And when you go ahead and you put your effort in, but we work together. We're as a team. So we hold each other up, we help each other, we're there, push each other through. So, but so we worked it out. But if you guys haven't seen the movie, I mean, please watch it. It's a good. Guess at your heartstrings. So it's really good.
Yeah, Guess Who? It's funny too, and it was like a remake of the original. Guess Who's Coming to Dinner?
Yeah.
But it was the other way around. It was a black man with the white woman. The combination we see more of. You know, and that was in the 60s, that movie. But this movie, you know, it showed the other
side of it,
the other dynamic,
which is really good. Which I'm glad they really did that. So
and that was nice. That was really a good movie. And you know, if you haven't watched it, watch it. If you have seen it, watch it again. I mean, we were laughing watching it again tonight, and you know, that's why we're kind of late, because I had to wait for my wife to get
off work.
Yeah, and then you know,
sorry, guys, it was me. I'll take the blame. So sorry about that.
Yeah, it's your fault. No. But and I finally got a day off today, but and I was sleeping most of the day today. I'm gonna be honest. I was so tired last night, but I had such a good time. And did you say when I came to bed, you're like, you finally done? You sure you don't want to take a 5-minute break and go back?
Be work here shortly. So
yeah, you were like, so in 5, you want to take a 5-minute break and go live again? I was like, no. It was like, as much as I love it, it was just But last night was awesome, you guys, and those of you that were there last night,
thank you.
I had a good time. I really enjoyed it, and it seemed like it was a show that went smooth. You know, I know there were trolls out there, but we had fun regardless of them. And I want to say, I want to apologize too, because I blocked somebody by accident and I had to go back and unblock. So if you guys ever get blocked, because sometimes, and I think one of my mods accidentally blocked the wrong person. So if you guys ever do get blocked, okay, what is this? HD, yeah, that looks like a troll. Let's get that out of here. But I mean, it went smooth, and it was like, and the mods were on point. They really were, and it was just fun. It's just like, you know, when things happen. What's wrong?
No, nothing. I just didn't.
I put that in
stuff.
Time. That's
okay.
That's spam.
Okay.
You know, it's like they send stuff in there, and if you guys ever see some weird stuff, the troll bots, don't ever click on them. They'll have a site for. It's like a porn spam stuff. Just ignore it. And you know, I go through my videos and I try to get all that crap out, and I've reported it to YouTube too. So
thanks, Michelle and Sunkiss, for the comments. You guys are sweet. Thank you for the nice comments. I appreciate that.
Yeah, she blows my mind. I tell you, with my wife, I don't know how it was. I never thought I'd be as blessed as I am.
Me too, as well. I'm truly blessed, and with our families and with our families and friends and our kids, we are truly blessed. So we appreciate them and everybody every day. So we thank you so much. So, and you guys are a blessing too as well. So thank you for being a blessing to us. So, but so check out the movies, and we'll go ahead and do some other movie reviews. There's some time later on too as well.
Yeah. Is this Miss? Hello?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Thanks. I'm a new, I don't know if I subscribed yet or not, but I always log on. So I would say I'm a new subscriber.
Okay, well, welcome to the channel.
Hello.
Hi to both of you. I just wanted to come on and say there was a video a live that I just kind of was messing around on YouTube, and you were live, and I clicked on, and you were really opening up about, you know, personal things. A lot of times when you go on YouTube and you're seeing these lives and these videos, you sometimes wonder, are people really being genuine? But I really felt what you were saying was genuine. And then I saw one of your wife, a short video that she did. And I said, oh, okay, I see why these two are together, because they really seem like real people, not someone that is just putting on some type of show or saying something that, they think the world wants to hear.
Right.
But I did put I don't know if it was a sticker or a live super chat or something a minute ago. I did just leave the hospital. I come to find out, long story short, I'm really stressed about my teenage son. I have a daughter in college and teenage son. And a lot of times, as a mother, I'm a single mother, and I'm not asking for no pity for that, but I am a single mother, and I've been doing it for, my daughter's about to be 20, and I'm dealing with that too.
Yes.
I have, right? I told her, I said, you're going to be 20 next month. And she was like, yeah, Mom, how are you dealing with that? And I said, I really don't know.
Yes, I hear you.
I do want to thank you for really uplifting Black women. And if other women can take from it who are not African American or, Black women, if they could take from it, because when I hear you talk, I really hear it being talked to all women. So, for those who take it in a way like, oh, what about this group of people or that group of people? I really see it, the message going to all women. And if people can take from what you're both talking about within themselves, regardless of their nationality, that's how I perceive it. I can't speak for everyone else, but that's how I perceive it. But it does feel good for someone to say to the Black woman that, and what I get is that you're going to be all right. And I just want to thank you for sharing your story. It helped me through some of my days. When you go out in the world and you got to deal with the world, it's very difficult when you come home and having to it just be you, and not having someone like you have your wife and you have your kids or whatnot. It's good to have that support after you've gone into the world to deal with the world. And we know a lot of times the world keeps moving regardless of what you're going through. So I just want to thank you for helping me through some days that you probably aren't aware of, but I just want to thank you for that. And I want to thank you for giving me that strength to a Black woman to let me know that I am strong. So when I didn't feel that I had that strength on that day, I found it, and I found it because of some things that you said.
No, thank you so.
Well, thank you very much. Well, I'm glad. I mean, we appreciate that because we do need to uplift, because we always have those days that are just, stress, and it's we just have a moment where we just melt down because it's just on our shoulders right now, and then we just have to find something or hear something that just shakes us up a little bit to go ahead and uplift. And I'm with you. There's some days that I just I had a couple some meltdowns, and it was just a day that everything just came crashing down. But something that I hear, like you're saying, or something that helps uplift me, that's I just got my strength for that and just push forward and said it's going to be okay, because we're going to take one day at a time, and one day at a time it's going to get a little bit better, and we're just going to keep pushing forward. So, and I know that's gonna you're going to get there. I know stress is a part of our life, and it's like we could deal without it, but
I never, sorry to interrupt you. I never thought, you always hear people say, and I'm not just speaking about stress of, being a parent raising kids. There's stresses in the world that we deal with on so many different levels. I've always thought and always internalized the racial aspect of it, of having to go out in the world and deal with, and I always say, and it's just me, I can't speak for anyone else, but I always tell people, and I would say certain things and they'd be like, how do you know that? And I'm like, I could smell racism from miles away. Like, and sometimes you try not to look too much into things, but it is what it is. And once you've dealt with it for so many years, and a lot of people don't understand that, discrimination in itself, after so many years of going through it and turning the other cheek and all that, is like, people don't understand it. It really breaks the psyche down, the emotions down. It stunts your growth. It does so much to you and so much damage to you to where you don't even realize it. And just recently, I've kind of opened myself up to dating, like, outside of my so-called race, but there is just the human race, if you want to look at it like that. But I've opened myself up to that. And, I have to tell a couple of people off because there are some people out there with some really messed up ways of thinking. And I did try, but I did notice that, the type of men that I was, interacting with, they're just on a whole nother level than me. I'm not saying I'm higher or lower, but they're just on a whole nother level. And he was saying one night, he said, you know what, if they're staring, ask them what they're staring at. But, I was told recently that I'm kind of like aggressive. And I was like, damn, am I aggressive? Like, how am I aggressive? I'm not coming out like, excuse me, I'm not like being. So it's like you really don't know what to do, and at the end of the day, it's like a man needs to approach you. If he wants you, then he gonna get you. If he don't want you, then hey, let him go. But I just can't be the one to shake you like a tree. I'm just not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. So, but I've dated, I've dated outside my race before and stuff. And one thing that I noticed, and it might have been, it was some years ago. It was mainly like the parents that I just couldn't. They just couldn't get it. Asian, Israeli, just certain ones. Just the reaction of the parents, and the person. The boy being like, kind of like, oh, well, my parents, this and this and that. And my whole thing was like, F your parents. Like, that was my response. Like, you got me messed up. Like, that was like my approach at that time was like, I'm not going to deal with you or your parents. So if your parents got a problem with me being black and dating a black girl, I ain't got time for you or your parents, because I started looking like, okay, if you care about what your parents think in that aspect, and I know everybody should respect their parents' wishes, but that's when I was aggressive. When I was, I used to tell people off left and right. Like one guy, I'm gonna tell you a quick story. He told me he didn't have a car. I had a car. I was in college. He wanted to go to the movies. I said, okay, I'll pick you up or whatever. No big deal. He told me to pick him up at the end of the block, and I said, why would I pick you up at the end of the block and not in front of your house? So I said, okay. I thought about it. So I told my grandmother, and I was talking to my granny. I said, Granny, this guy wants me to pick him up at the end of his block. And she said, you know what they call that? Now, my granny's from a different era, of course. So she said, that's what we used to call, and I don't like to say the H word. And you know what the H word is? Okay, so she said that's what we used to call the that. And I said, she said, because, and I thought it was something different. I said, what does that mean? She said it's when the white man is picking up the black woman, but he stays in his car and honks his horn. And a lot of her interpretation is that's where that word comes from.
I've looked that up. Yes.
Have you heard of that?
Yes, I have. I looked it up because I want to know what it means.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be back in the day, I guess.
They didn't want to be seen.
They would honk their horn, and the women
I
would come
felt like that with him, and I did not accept it.
Yeah,
right.
No, you shouldn't accept that by nobody. Yeah.
And I was like, no, I said, I'm not going to do that. And at the end of the day, long story short, I said, F you, F your mama, F your daddy, F this. I went off. I just felt like I just felt like if you like me, I just felt like I was kind of like set up like this guy's a jerk. I was really disappointed in him because he didn't come off like I don't even think he realized what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you don't when you're saying F his mom, dad, he should have been saying that to them.
Right.
It shouldn't have been you. If he cares for you, he would tell them, look, this is who I'm with. You don't accept it, that's your problem.
Right.
Because when you get in a relationship, you care about that person, mom and dad should have no say. In fact, they should respect your wishes. And if they don't, that's their problem. Mm-hmm. And if you have to kick them to the side, you do it. Because with my wife, my dad, my mom, my brother, my cousins, whoever's in the family will not get in the way of my wife. My wife's the most important person in my family, hands down. She comes first before everybody. So if they got a problem with her, they definitely have a problem with me. And that should be like you were saying. He should have been saying F them, F.
And that's what I thought. And I have one guy, he was Japanese, went to visit him. We were in college, went to visit him. His father literally walked upstairs. I saw his back. I heard the door close, and he just started tossing everything in his room. He was so mad. The mother, I reached out to shake her hand, and I told my friend, I said, do I bow? What do I do? So he was just like, oh, just be yourself. So I reached to shake her hand, and her hand was limp. The sister, I reached out to shake her hand. She just kind of stood there. She didn't extend her hand. So, I was young, so I was just like, oh, I'm going to still hang out with my friend, whatever. And we talked and read books and whatever. But I couldn't get out of my mind what his father did. His father went in his room and literally threw a tantrum. So I kind of just stopped dating outside my race for a while. I was just like, if I meet somebody and they're not Black, I'm just not going to deal with it for a while. Not until recently. I met a man from Tennessee. He was cool, whatever. He was backwoods. He couldn't, he had the Confederate tattoos and all of that stuff. And I said, you know what? You got it when you were 16. I'm not going to trip. It's a new day. He said it was years ago. He said it was years ago. He's not going to, it's not what everybody say it is, all of that. I was like, okay, whatever. Went out with him on a date, went to eat at a restaurant. The waitress hit on him, wrote him a little note on our receipt. The way he handled it, I did not like it. But he wasn't ready. It was the cultural difference. He just wasn't ready, and I don't have the energy for that anymore. I said I'm too old, and I'm not going to teach you. You should know by now. So, if you're going to date, if you're going to date Black women, you have to be prepared because there is a lot of damage there. I'm not saying we're damaged people, damaged women, but there are some women who are damaged because of their experiences, because of the frustration. You never know what type of, racism that they've encountered in their lives, because there are some that are really kind of like, they're not going to take nothing. So if they come off like they're aggressive, it's because we ain't got time for this shit no more. Excuse my language. We ain't got time for it. And they should be, what I'm saying? They should be at a point where it's just like, and I'm the one that I put a sticker one time and I said, what the staring is about? Because a lot of people, they ask me, what country are you from? I'm like, I was born in Memphis. What do you mean? Like, well, no, you look like this, or you look like that, and you said it's probably something about you that they like. And I don't dress like your so-called average Black woman. I do look like I'm from another country. I've been to other countries. I dress with a lot of attire that I've purchased from other countries because it makes me feel comfortable. But I just want a message to all the white men, non-Black men, or whoever that wants to date a Black woman, even Black men, because some Black men trip off me too. Don't be afraid just to say, hey, how you doing?
Right.
That goes a long ways. Hey, I want to welcome, is that J10 and Corey?
Yeah, it's me.
Oh, hey, glad you came on. We're having some difficulties getting you on the other night.
Actually, I kind of chickened out and I took myself out, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
Was
I
that
thought
a,
it
was that a test run?
StreamYard. Huh? What's that?
J10, was that a test run to see if you could panel up?
When, like, earlier today or the other day?
Well, when you tried to come on.
If you meant like a week ago, I wanted to come on and then I just changed my mind.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it took me a while to come on shows and stuff. Sometimes it just, yeah. I mean, but I'm glad you came on tonight. I was really looking forward to it, and I'm glad you came on. And you know, I thank you for your support and everything, and all you guys. And you know, Miss is new to the channel, and you know, thank you for your sticker, your super chat. That was really sweet. I thank you for that. And you know, Corey, you're always there, brother, and J10, you're always there, and I'm grateful, you know, and it means a lot, and you know, and Sunkissed, you know, it's always good to see you too. You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
Hey, Sunkiss.
Hello. Now, who is that? I don't see a name, but you're so pretty. Who's that?
It's J10.
Oh, hi, J10. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Hi, Corey. Okay, so tonight, and I don't see a name for the person without the avatar. Hi.
Miscellaneous. Hi.
I'm sorry. It's who? I'm sorry. What is it? What is it again?
Miscellaneous.
Oh, I love that. Miscellaneous.
Yes. So you said it right.
Hey,
I like
hold on, guys. Hey, Black Man Unfiltered, you want to talk to me? Send me an email. I don't even know you. Okay.
I know him, Brent.
I don't want to be rude, but
Black
sorry.
Man Unfiltered. I know him.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, he's been on Security Boss Unsolicited. He's a good guy.
Okay. Yeah, but I want to. Yeah, I need an email first.
Oh no, this is your show. You do what you need.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I've had things happen in the past, just inviting people in. I don't know. So, yeah, but I don't want to be rude. Send me an email.
I just wanted to say to your wife, I love her demeanor. I've always been I wouldn't say vocal. I kind of went up and down. I started off as a quiet young woman, reserved, got tired of that, and got more, some people call it aggressive, because I felt like I had to speak up for all the years that I didn't. So now I've found that balance, and it's women like you, and how you speak like a woman. I had to learn that, because I did have, and I felt like I had to say what was on my mind when it was on my mind, instead of waiting and really letting the calmer side of me prevail. So I just want to big you up.
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
So aggressive, and yeah, you don't have to be so just to to make any points or to get whatever. There are other ways, and I just want to say to some of our women who do try to come off and don't realize it, that sometimes how you present yourself, and it doesn't have to always be so. You can be you. I can't sit here and say that, but I can only speak for myself. Is that your demeanor has done me good, women like you. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Well, don't get me wrong. I still got it in me though, but I'm working on it. I let it out when I need to.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. Did you say, she's not, I'm gonna put her to sleep, but she's still there.
Right.
I love it. It's funny that you said miscellaneous. I was saying the same thing just the other night. I was saying the same thing, and I was going to say that today. to her. But I won't jump. I want to let J10 to say say what she's gonna say. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you.
He sent me $10. I understand. Love you guys. Well, thanks for the $10 in your relationship. Would love to have you guys in my platform one day to celebrate you guys. Thank you so much. And here's the thing: we could probably work something out like that. I'm just cautious because some people come in to troll me, and I just. Just having the platform I do, I got to be cautious. And, there's good black men out there, but there are some that come to attack, and, I don't want the ladies to feel like they're going to come in and attack you guys. So I'm cautious. And that's for, the people on my panel, the young ladies and stuff. I want it to be a safe place. But, I do appreciate the 10. And shoot me an email and we'll talk. And it'd probably be better if we came on your panel than mine. But yeah, we can. I'm not closed to talking, but this panel is a safe place for black women. And, that's why I didn't let you in, because I don't know you. And that's just protection. Yeah. Yeah. But I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. But shoot me an email. We could probably hook something up. I wouldn't mind coming on your platform and, tell our story. As long as it's friendly and we're not going at each other, nothing crazy. But
anyway, he won't
I
do that.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Corey, I've had some real jokers come in here. And
yes, sir.
It's ran some people off that I really care about, and I'm still heartbroken from that. And it was my fault, but that's why I got to be cautious. But thank you for the super chat, sir.
J10, did you have something that you would like to say on the platform?
Not in particular. I was kind of just gonna go wherever the conversation flows, but I just want to say hi to you, Sandy. I think you're an inspiration to a lot of women who watch this platform, just because of the way he talks about you and your relationship and how you vetted him and everything. I feel like you're setting the bar for a lot of women who didn't know how to set the bar or didn't really have that many standards. You're kind of showing us the way to go, because I'm 30 years old and I had a lot of trouble dating all throughout my 20s because I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't ask questions. I didn't vet. I kind of just went for whoever was fun. But I feel like now, since I've watched Brent's channel, I've followed it since December of 2020.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 2021. That I want to say it's just helped me a lot listening to him and the stories and everything and how to date correctly. So I haven't dated I've been out on a date a few months ago, but I haven't actually dated someone consistently in a while. But I feel like whenever I do start to, whenever that'll be, I feel like I will do it correctly this time and know how to handle things and know when to leave, as opposed to just trying so hard for no reason, So I just wanted to say thank you.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Well, because I've been there too as well. I think we've all been there as well, too. And we just get to that point where we ask ourselves questions of what we want. And I always used to talk to my mom, and my mom gave me, some advice, and she was just like, you just, love who you love. It doesn't matter what color they are. And find in your heart, slow down, like you said, and ask questions, because I was that young 20-year-old too as well. So I, did the thing, went out, and followed that trail. And then, I had to really ask myself some questions because, I wanted to get in a serious relationship. So I had to kind of pull it back and just figure out what I wanted to do, questions, everything that I wanted to go ahead and feel like I wanted to get in a relationship. And I just went from there. And I had set some things towards myself that if it worked, it worked. If it didn't, okay. At least I went ahead, tried, and I'll go ahead and move on and just keep moving.
Yeah, and I'm really thankful that Brent pushes not getting too physical before marriage, because I myself, I'll just put it out there, I've never had sex with anybody. And I think holding back is a good idea. And that's what makes it harder in the dating field is, you know how all these dudes are, these young guys, or not even young. That's what they want to do, like right away. And me telling them, hey, let's slow down. I don't really want to do that. I want to get to know you. They actually see it as a challenge. You know, it either drives them away or they see it as a challenge, like, oh, I can get her to change her mind, you know. So it's really hard to see like who actually likes me and who's kind of seeing who wants to see who can get me to drop my guard is what it is.
Yeah.
You love Jay 10 times. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm a proud mama. I'm a proud mama.
Hey, J10. Let me tell you this, J10.
Yeah.
Any man that wins your heart, you know, it is truly blessed, or is going to be truly blessed. You're a treasure, and
yes, you are.
And I think you're so right, because, you know, if a man wants to be with you, he should value you and love you in every way. And you know, and if he really loves you, he shouldn't be trying to touch you in any way till you're married. And people will say, well, no, that's old fashioned. That's but you know what? That's biblical. You know, and it's right, because so many times the sexual thing, it's not valued anymore, because people are just throwing it out there. It's meant to be a blessing within a marriage. It is a blessing. And it's supposed to be a man and his wife. It's not supposed to be boyfriend and girlfriend hooking up, and, you know, and there's that temptation, yes. But, you know, just because something feels good, or, you know, you have a desire for it, that don't make it right. There's a time and place for everything, and that should be within marriage. And I wish society would go back to that. I think in our communities would be better off. I think our country would be better off, and across the board, all people and society would be better off.
Yeah.
We know that's not going to happen, but us as individuals can make it happen within our life. We can do what's right.
It kind of blows my mind that people will just like meet up through an app with someone who they just met, and they're going to hop in bed and do all that. And it just devalues everything about it. And that's what men expect these days, is because the bar is set so low, because that's what women do, is they just let it happen. And I don't see any value in that. I don't see any appeal in that at all. And I've had bad experiences with telling guys no, you know, like I've mentioned in the chat more than once. I had a guy I was dating tell me that since we weren't having sex, that we should pay for our own dates, because it felt like we were just friends.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. No, we don't go Dutch. We never go Dutch. No.
Yeah, no, he said it was specifically because we weren't doing that, we should pay for our own dates.
Okay, well then he needs to go to another day.
That was our first cue.
No, we don't do that. No,
that's your cue to go. No, that's your cue.
No.
And it's funny because like I'm a police officer, so I'm very assertive. But when it came to my dating life, I was very like submissive and meek, and I was scared to say how I felt. So I don't think I'm going to be like that anymore in the dating world. I was very passive. And it didn't have good results. So I don't think I'm going to be like that anymore.
No, you should have used your Billy Club. I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm back. That was PTSD. I'm sorry. I'm back.
I kind of feel J10 is you said you're 30, so I mean, I'm not going to say my generation was different, this and that, because each generation has their own struggles. But the struggles that your generation at 30, what you guys have, there's so much out there, especially with social media, and what it does to the brain, what it does to a person's psyche, their emotions, their goals. It shifts goals. You know, you have people that are online who, for instance, one guy, he lost everything because he wanted to do like YouTube videos and stuff. He was an athlete. So there's a lot of challenges out there for you today. There's a lot of people that are going to shunt you because you're not out there throwing your body around. You're respecting your temple. And as long as you respect your temple, only the good things will enter your temple. So when you get that cue, like that guy was saying, oh, we should do this and that because we're not doing this, have the strength in you, no matter how much you like the person, no matter, like, just stand your ground, let your yes be yes and your no be no. And it'll be better in the end for you. Believe me, it'll be better in the end for you because I've experienced that. I can't say that I'm a virgin. I have 2 kids. And I try to kind of backtrack to say, okay, I'm going to start not doing certain things and making certain choices that I made before and changing that. Being an older woman, changing that, it is difficult because it's a new day today. People expect you to be a certain way because that's all they see. That's all they've accepted. So they expect that. So when they look at you, they're not looking at you for who you are. They're looking at you for what they have seen and what they're seeing and what they're experiencing. And by you standing your ground is letting the world know and everybody that come up against you that they need to respect you. You want the respect. And you don't want to be seen as what everybody else is seeing on the videos and in the music. I mean, the music is just downright crazy. Like the things that, a car pulled up next to me today and it kept saying, I like FM white bees. I like doing this to black bees. And that's all I heard. And I'm just sitting there like, let me roll my window up really quick because it's like, really, you just gonna, after hearing something like that for so long and so much, just imagine what it's doing. I mean, doing to these kids and doing to the teenagers and doing to the youth. And you're part of that. You're the youth. You're the next generation. The 60s kids, they don't got up in age. You're the next generation.
Well, we're 60s kids. Well, late 60s.
I'm the 70s kids. You see, you made it in the 60s. I made it in the 70s.
It's interesting, Miss Laney, is because everything that she's saying, J10, is like times that by 9. What she's saying, because it's true. Because I'm a 70s kid. I'm still 18, unfortunately. So being that I'm still 18, no, I'm just kidding. I'm 49 years old, and since you put it out there, I had never done this or said this. This is like unprecedented, okay? But since you put it out there, I want you to know that it's still possible. Because I still am waiting to get married, to be touched, okay? So to let you know, it's still possible. And I'm waiting for a rock to be put on his hand, okay? Until a rock is put on this finger, no man. The answer is no. And being that you and I are waiting, it weeds them out. It weeds them out. Is it easy? No. But see, my bed is going to stay empty. I'm going to be the only one in that bed. And say, well, he's going to have to buy a nicer one. But the thing is, my bed is still nice, but he's buying a nicer one. But the thing is, my bed is going to stay empty until it is earned. And the thing is, to knock anyone that has not waited, no. Because miscellaneous, I always say to other people, other women, if you didn't wait, and the fact that you have made up in your mind that you have, your goals have changed. You not only know your worth, but you're enforcing your worth. To come from that and to be where you're at today, I applaud you. Because it's not, you can't miss something that you've never had. The thing is, J10 and I, we have not had that dish, but you've had that dish, and now you're saying, nope, I'm here now. That's huge, because that's going to make you miss it even more. However, you have exercised that muscle and said, nope, So that's huge. I applaud that. Most people will applaud J10 and I. Thank you. Yes, that's difficult too, because again, from the system that we live in, the disgusting world that we live in. But the thing is, you said, you're like, no, I'm here. So that's huge. That's to be applauded as well. So I value that as well. But the thing is too, I look at Mama Moses, Sandy. We look at you, honey, and we say, help. Please help us. Because we want to, want to be like Sandy, because we look at being that, I don't know about miscellaneous, I don't know about J10 and things like that. And J10, I too live in Tennessee. And so
Okay. We were
I
looking at
look at you, Sandy, and women, Black women like us that have, egg donors or moms, mothers, whatever, that are mammies.
Mhm.
And we look at you, we aspire to have what you have. We aspire, and when I say that, we say you as an individual, as a Black woman, we aspire to be demure. You could tell that you are naturally demure. You rest in your femininity, not only because you have that, you've done the work. You had to have done the work to be able to see. Again, we just talked about this last night, or night before, or whatever. Oh, just about what Eve. You had to do the work in order to be able to see Brent.
Yes. Mhm.
And that we admire that, we aspire to be that. And I like that Miss Lane was saying, she had to take a do-rag and sit it and put it in her purse,
Yep.
because the do-rag guy has a name. Like I said the other day, she has a name, but we just want to put her in our purse so that we can be able to see, our Tom, our Brad, or our Chad, or what have you. What do we need to do to be able to do the work, is so that we can be where you're at? Could you give us some more tips on, so because those of us that have mammies or not, or just to have those qualities, what could you give us some tips or some suggestions?
Well, my suggestion is if you have somebody that comes up to you or talks to you, because this is, that's where we were at first. Because my thing was, when I was dating, because Brent's the first white guy that I've been around. I always had dated, all my boyfriends were Black.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and not to put any Black men down, it just didn't work. All of us weren't on the same page. I wanted more. So
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to have somebody in my life because I was ready for that next step to be serious, so then I had my guard up, because now I'm done with the playing around and the running and all this stuff, and the running around and, all this other game stuff. So now my point was to open my options, go ahead, whoever approached me or wanted to talk to me, I was like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and give them that chance. I'm not going to go ahead and say, no, listen to my friends. Oh, no, don't do that, because, you're going to have trouble. No, you're going to do this because that's where a lot of my friends were at. They're like, I wouldn't do that because you don't know how it's going to be. You know how it is. Us as Black women, don't do that. And I had to sit there and I had to think about it. I said, wait a minute, no, I'm going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
So I was ready.
Okay.
So when I was ready for that, then when I met Brent and he came up and he talked to me, I was like, okay, so this is where I'm going to start. All right, asking questions.
Oh yeah.
This is what are you kind of at the same point where I'm at? What do you want to do?
The interrogation.
So right. So we were, we're like that, and I just tell guys out there, approach, talk. I mean, because we don't know if you're going to, we don't know, because we can't read minds.
Right.
So you're going to step up, go ahead, step up, ask. I mean, it's a 5-10 minute conversation will go a long way. And so, and that's how it was. And so I said, okay, good. This is where I'm going to have my questions. And I was like, okay, so how do you feel about this? What's going on with that? And we were pretty much on the same page. And I think with our families, I felt my family was okay. My father always told me, he said, you go with somebody that's going to make you happy in this life. Because I don't care if what they look like. He says, as long as you're happy and they're there for you, I don't care. I want you to be happy. And so I took that, because I took that as, okay, that's what I'm going to do, because I'm not I'm not going to settle for less, and I'm not going to lay down. I'm not going to do all. I'm not, because I'm more than that. I'm worth more than that. We all are, and we were all at that moment where we were, we had to, be down for the cause. I'm not, and I was not going to be doing that. So I'm gonna do this for me. So, but that's how it was. So when he came up to me and I was like, okay, all right. I was like, we're gonna try this. So we're gonna make it. And that's why I said, if you see somebody that you're interested in, or hold a conversation, say hi. I mean, there was one guy he worked with at the post office that he worked with, and then he liked this black lady that worked in the store, and he didn't know how to approach her. And so Mr. Brent here took him on and said, you know what, go talk to her. Go talk to her. And he's no. So he said, okay. So he went up there and told her. He said,
throw him under the bus.
And so she was like, okay, well, you can come up and talk. And so he's like, go up there and talk.
They're married now.
They're married now.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's that fear factor. You got to just go for it. Yeah. And well, I went for it for him. I embarrassed him. I made him look stupid, but you know what? It served me right, because hey, and he thanks me to this day. Yeah. Thanks for doing that. Yeah. He wasn't thanking me when I was doing it.
Right. Yeah.
But I got so tired of hearing it. I'm just like, really?
Wow. So that's where we're at. So yeah,
either talk to her or don't say nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
You spoke about being down for the cause, and just a real quick back down memory lane. I was born in Memphis. My mom came to California, and I had to do a lot of searching. When you get older, you kind of look back down in your life to see how did you go through the things that you've gone through. And, I started dating young, dating Black guys, not really looking at them like I was dating Black guys. Love Black men, still do. I was such a people's person and got along with everyone, because in Memphis, where I was from, it was maybe a handful of whites in my neighborhood, literally a handful where you can count them on fingers. And I didn't know anything about diversity until we moved to California, coming from Memphis. So coming to California, and it was Asians, Indians, Hispanics. I mean, everything under the sun. I was just like, okay, what is this food? What is this? And that opened my eyes up to difference.
Right.
So then I started, having crushes on non-Black kids, Black boys, interacting with them, hanging out with them, going to play baseball, just being in the environment where it was very diverse.
Right.
So found myself hanging out with them, go back to the neighborhood, and I would be called white girl, or you a Mexican now. I was no longer, I start getting the name calling and things like that. Some racial, some not racial, a lot of them from Black people. So I said, I'm just going to give it a shot and just keep rolling with it. Then I started feeling the discrimination from the parents and, the kids. We were young, so they were still, these non-Black kids were trying to dealing with non-Black people too, just as I was trying to deal with people who were non-Black, or they're dealing with people who are non-white by dealing with me. So it was like we were all learning. And then that's when, like she was talking about the do-rag, then I had to bring out the rag on people, like, the name calling, the name calling. So I found myself fighting a lot, because I didn't understand why these people were saying these mean things. I knew what mean words were, but I never let that stop me from being in a diverse environment, because it's something that I loved. I love learning about people and the difference in people, the different type of foods they eat, and how they're just so different. That I love so much when I was there. But when I started getting the negativity, that's when the aggression came out. Right. When that hood girl, that ghetto girl came out, to where I have to let you're not going to call me these names. You're not going to do this and do that. But that didn't stop me from loving the diversity, because me as a child, I knew that these are things that they were being taught, and we're all young, we're all kids, we're all learning. Then when I got older, then I went into that down for the cause phase.
Mm-hmm.
And I found a lot of hypocrites.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that they all were. There were some people that, and I had to get educated because I'm young. I'm still being educated. And I was interested in like African history and culture and knowing things that was taken. So I went through that militant phase. Like, I'm not going to date nobody but Black people. I don't want to deal with all of that negativity. But still inside of me, I love diversity. Like, because it wasn't taught to me. It didn't flow through my house. It didn't flow through conversations in my house. With my mom and my grandmother, and and anytime I had a question.
Miscellaneous. Just briefly, when is your book coming out so we can sign it and we can? When is your book coming out? But go on.
What's crazy? I used to write, but then I stopped writing because I was really just needing to find myself. But
you need to start back. You need to start back. Stop cheating yourself. But go on. I'm sorry.
I will. But I just love diversity. My first crush as a child was Bruce Lee, and Bruce Lee had a picture on my pillow, and I would kiss it every night.
You have good taste. Good taste. But yeah,
Bruce Lee was my first crush. I knew I was gonna grow up and I was gonna marry Bruce Lee. I didn't know what color he was. I just knew it was. I just had a crush on his face, and I had a crush on him in his movies. I used to watch Bruce Lee movies all the time. I was gonna marry Bruce Lee. Yeah. It went from Bruce Lee to Michael Jackson to.
Michael Jackson was a white man. You were still.
And then. And I just love difference, and I still do today. I still love difference, and I love being.
You're very cultured and well rounded. I'm digging what you're saying. I'm sitting here, girl. I'm doing arts and crafts, and I'm going, I'm gonna put this flower here.
And part of that is because I was born with that in me. I was born. And, when you get to a certain age and you evaluate your life, I was born with love and diversity. I love people. and I'm a social worker, so I love interacting with people. And I love to learn about different people.
I was told I should be one. I said, no, I'm already crazy. But go on. Yeah. I love it.
So I just, I let a few good ones get away. One was, and it's crazy. It was 3
you're going to make me cry. I'm such a whip. Sandy, what onions do you use to put through the screen and make me cry on this channel all the time? You know what? I'm gonna have to get you. But go on, miscellaneous. It's Sandy. She got some onions that she had poured through the screen. But go on.
One guy, his name was John. He's from Thailand. The other one is Randy. He's Jewish. And the other one, he was Irish. When I tell you, all 3 of these was sent to me. They were sent to me from God, but I let them pass up because of when I was dating these guys. It was during my militant phase, and I was saying, no, I don't want my kids to go through what I went through. I want my kids to, I was saying that. I don't want them to be trapped in so much of a confused, am I this, am I that? And at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter what nationality your kids become. They're still going to experience that because that's just a part of our world.
Yeah, you can't shelter them from life.
No. And my daughter, and it's crazy that I had to explain racism to my kids. My daughter was 6 and my son was 4. And I really didn't know how to explain that because it was like, I'm still learning. They came home and said, we were called ugly because we were Black. And they were saying, what is Black? They didn't know what color was. And I said, how do I explain this to these 4 and 6-year-olds? Like, how do I explain that? And my daughter, my son is not mixed. My daughter is mixed. So 2 baby daddies. And my daughter, both my kids are beautiful. And I said, how do I explain this to them? So, I don't even remember how I explained it because it's like, I don't even know how to formulate words for a 4 and 6-year-old to where they can understand.
Right.
But that's what made me go through that aggressive time where I didn't want to deal with no one else but Blacks because I just felt like I wouldn't have to explain nothing being in that environment. So once I just
Excuse
said,
me, miscellaneous. But so I can better understand you. Were you in a predominantly white area? Were your kids, in a predominantly white area as to why you had to explain it, or predominantly black, or was it a mixture?
well,
So
they were in a school where they were the only. Well, it was kind of like a private setting. They
okay,
were the only two. They were the
okay,
only
got
black kids.
okay, okay,
So it was like, they were being told by other kids they were ugly
okay.
because they're black. And what's so crazy is my daughter is so high yellow. I was just like, how would they even think you black? Because you so light. My
Yeah.
son, he's dark like me. So,
Mhm.
but
Okay.
so that's what made me come back with that, that aggression. Like, I don't even want to deal with, accepting difference anymore. I'm just stay, so I had to get out of that too.
Yeah.
And I let a few good men
That's
get away.
understandable. That's understandable. Yeah. Because those are your babies. So yeah, I get
I
it.
didn't know how to explain it to them. But
Yeah.
when I tell you today, my daughter, she accepts no form of racism. She is a butterfly. I mean, she doesn't like any type of racism on any level. My son, he's such a boy and such an athlete. You say something to him, he's like, "What is that?" If it ain't a football, he don't know. So
He don't care.
serious. He thinks beauty is beauty. He see a fine girl, it doesn't matter what color she is. So I said, okay, that didn't affect them
Yeah.
as much as it affected me when
Yeah.
I was, when I was going through whatever. But I do want to say, I'm at that point where if there's an outstanding white man who addresses me, he got it all day long. That's just how I am. But I have to go through those different phases in life, educate myself, and know thyself. Because if you don't know yourself, you're gonna let anybody into your temple, JT.
Mhm.
You're gonna let anybody into your temple disturb what God has called you to be. So don't allow anyone else to make you drop your guards. You live your life on your terms.
Mhm.
And if your terms is you can't touch this unless you got this together or that together, or if they ain't walking with you, you don't need them. And when once it presents itself that it's not for you, don't be ashamed to just let it go, because I'm telling you, it's going to be greater later if you do that, and you're going to be much more happier, much more successful, and you're going to be much more healthy because you're not letting everybody into your temple. You don't want nobody to dirty your house. So, and for any white man that's out there that's dealing with miscellaneous, just know I'm an educated Black woman, and if you cannot accept who I am always going to consider you. I am always going to respect you. And there's women that's like that. But we are at that time in the world and in our lives where we have the opportunity as Black and white people to finally say, what our ancestors went through and what went down, we're not going to do that again. We're not going to accept that. And we're going to move forward. And we're going to correct the wreckage of our past. And we can do that. We can, and we love each other. Any Black person that take a DNA test, I bet they got some white in them. So somebody was doing something on the low.
Yes.
Yeah.
How about that?
So, and it wasn't about color. It was about money. It wasn't about color. Color was a tool that was used. So it's not that we're not attracted to one another. It's that, people have created something that separated us and kept us in certain brackets, but we have always loved each other. And as one comedian said, Black people, you love white people. White people, you love Black people. So stop playing.
Yeah, exactly.
I was
Just
yeah. We loved that. That was so good. You know what? My baby daddy was Chuck Norris. Okay, when I was a little girl, that was my baby daddy. Okay. The girl was trying to do some kicks and flips and all that, because I said I got to be ready. So when he come home, I'll be able to do some kicks and dives and flips, because that truly was my baby daddy.
Sun kissed.
I was in love.
Sun kissed.
Yes.
Are you ready for this poem/love story?
I was ready last night. I just was, I'm ready.
I couldn't even
I'm
write
sure
this
ready.
until I went to bed. I had to write this before I went to sleep this morning.
Sandy,
Okay.
were you saying something to me, Sandy? I don't know if you were or not.
Oh no, I was because we were talking about when she was saying about Chuck Norris. I said, yeah, Chuck Norris. He had dated out his race because he had dated Beverly Johnson. He dated her too. So
He met.
Hey.
He dated who? Sandy.
Beverly Johnson, she was a model. They were
Yeah,
they
Beverly Johnson.
yeah. So they dated.
If you think about it, this
I would have
world
had a chance.
would
Yeah.
not be this world would not be, and I'm not congratulating anything from the past, but there has been so many years of black and white history, and it's there's after once you enter college you start really learning. To me, I started really learning in college. High school, I'm not gonna down it, but there's so much history of us two people in this world that our struggles, our good, bad, and ugly, have made it what it's become, and it could be so much, better if we have conversations like this. And that's why I respect, and that's why I log on to this, man, because I said if we don't start talking about it now, it's now or never. Like, this is the time. There's so many great things that are happening. You look at some of these videos and you see all these interracial couples. You would get killed back in the days for doing something like that.
Yeah.
It was illegal. It was
Yeah.
illegal.
Yeah, and you know what? I said this too, and I said this to my wife. And one of my videos, I said this. I said, if you go on YouTube and you look at these interracial couples, you'll see white men saying how they love black women. I've said, I'm not the only one that says it. There are a number of men, and there's Asian men that have said it too.
You couldn't say it back in the day. Love black women. You could not say. You would be killed yourself.
Right.
Yeah, I go back 20, 30, 40 years. No, they didn't admit that. They loved them. There's always
Couldn't
been
say it.
but
Right.
they had to keep it on the down low. Couldn't say it. We can say it freely. I can go on for 8.5 hours saying it, and I have.
And there's nothing. And I've read some literature from people back in the day that colonized certain countries in Africa and stuff. And in their books that they wrote about their experience and what they had just seen and how they described the African women. I mean, from head to toe. And the way they described it was not in a negative sense. And I said, why isn't this in school? It's so positive on how you actually describe when someone's walking, how they move their head, how they stand, how they sit, and how beautiful it was. But we won't know about that unless we seek the information for ourselves. So it kind of took me out of thinking that, okay, it wasn't a color thing. It was, it was about money and it was about power, why things went on the way they went. It wasn't because the dark skin is ugly, because that's not what I read. I constantly read about things on how they describe these black women, and I'm just like, this is not bad. This is beautiful the way they're saying it. It's just unfortunate, certain people used it in a negative way.
Yeah. You know what? We were watching this documentary with Shaka Zulu. Remember we saw that? And when the British were over there, there were some, I think it was a couple British officers that actually fell in love with these women and actually joined the tribe and had children with them. They went in their society. And I think they were considered traitors and stuff, but they just chose to be with these people. And
they're civilized.
I thought about that, and that's a true story. I studied that, and it was amazing. But people, you're right. People did have attraction to each other, and there were people that loved each other, even though back in the day, it was a whole different world. It was about men just conquering one another, and it was more brutal than it is in today's society, which we still have that. I mean, look at Russia and Ukraine. They're, that's
if you think about it, it's like, how can, you can say someone can, document that people are savages and all this negative stuff, but you can't ignore the fact that, I've done my DNA. I bought a DNA test for my grandmother, and my grandmother's DNA came out with 6%. I came out with a certain percentage. I'm 90 something percent, so 90 something percent African, but we have Irish, we have Wales, we have all these different, and we don't know who these people are, and we can't go back in our history to know, like, you know, so somebody was loving, and you can't you can't have intercourse with someone if they are, you know, what people are, this negative stuff that they're putting out. So there was attraction there. It's just, it was a different time, a different era, and people dealt with things how they dealt with them during that time. But there's a really great movie. It's called Palm Trees in the Snow that I really love, and it's a really nice movie. And I was just thinking, you know, there's a lot of love out there. You know, I was exercising the other day and I had my headphones in, and I wear head wraps a lot when I exercise. And one of my headphones wasn't in. So there was a white couple walking on the trail, and the white lady said to her mate, it probably was her husband, she said, "Why do they wear those on their head?" And he was like, "Shh, I don't know. Like, you know, like, be quiet," you know, because they were passing me on the walking trail. And I wanted to say so bad, and I'm mad at myself for not. I wanted to say so bad, just ask me, take out my headphones and explain to her why I did. But I didn't seize the opportunity because I was really into my workout. And I said, dang, I should have just let her know. So then she would feel like, okay, you know, because if you don't communicate, then what?
That's right.
You know, we have to start somewhere.
Exactly. And that's true. And I'm the same way. If I hear somebody that has like a question or is like a concern, I can feel it or I can see it, especially, you know, especially when we're together. Sometimes we used to have that when we went out to dinner one time and we were together, and Brent went to go, you know, go to the bathroom, something. And one girl came up to me. She says, you know, I see you guys together. She goes, how do you guys cope with everything? And I said, we just cope with it. I mean, we have each other's back. We're there for each other. I said, but I always had my guard up, because if I always had my guard, because when somebody came and talked to me, like you were saying, I was ready, you know, because I had my guns loaded, because I was like, if you say something to me, I was just ready to start shooting out at the mouth instead of just listening first of what they were asking, instead of just going like straight in, like, you know, well, what's it to you? Why are you at? But then I had to pull myself back and say, like you said,
you know what, Sandy?
You asked, so you have to go ahead and explain. So, and that's, you know, and I got to that point.
I'm mad at myself because I should have.
When you do that, you gain more power over ignorance or just foolishness, whichever one.
But you know, I'm mad at myself. I'm kind of disappointed in her husband a little bit, because he told her to be quiet. I'm mad at myself for not taking a sister to the side, because at the end of the day, she was a woman and I was a woman too. But not stopping and saying, look, girl, let me tell you, because I could have said it like that and approached her woman to woman and say, oh, okay, you know, this is how why I wear it, and why I wear it on the running trail, because it's hot in my area. There's a lot of bugs in the area, and I don't like them getting in my hair because of the, you know, locks and bugs don't mix. So I was just like,
you know what else too, miscellaneous? This, whenever they say, because I've had some to ask that question too, and I said, well, if you do, actually, if you go back in history, white women had a problem with our kinky hair because white men were so attracted to it, and white women were so threatened by it. It started off with white women wanting us to cover our hair because of jealousy. And so, being that was a lemon that were thrown at Black women, we just took that lemon and turned it into lemonade, and we made it pink. So that is the reason why we cover our hair. And so we decided, Black women years ago decided to say, okay, well, we'll just take the head wraps and then we'll just, you know, color the head wraps, and then we'll put print on it, and then we'll just start wrapping our hair and putting maybe a knot and all that. And so I'll just go ahead and start wearing pretty hats and things of that nature. So we just keep our hair wrapped up and it just passed on, from generation to generation. So that's kind of why we keep our hair wrapped up. But we also have pretty hairstyles too. I'm sure you've noticed that. And I've said that, yeah.
Well, my understanding, there's multiple reasons. It all depends on where you worked. A lot of times when people did work in the fields, they had to protect their hair from insects and things like that.
Yeah.
Another reason, some women wear it because they call themselves protecting their crown. It does a lot. The moisture of wearing the head wrap, you're preventing a lot of things from getting into your hair.
Yeah.
But also I realized a lot of people think that white people should know, quote unquote, but we have to also understand that white people have been lied to for many years about Black people. So a lot of them don't know. Some of them do. We assume that they should know because of history and all of that.
What was her tone? Was it out of disgust or was it truly?
Her tone was pure curiosity. And that's what I liked about it. It was pure curiosity. And she was like, why do they? And I looked at them, and I wear shades when I work out, and I wear hair. So it was it was just pure curiosity. And that's why I'm disappointed in myself, because it wasn't in a negative way. I just got
I thought it was like negative. Okay.
Yeah, I just got into my feelings and said, you know what, I ain't got time to be explaining. But then at that moment, I should have seized it, because it really wasn't in that environment where it was going to be some long out debate or anything. This woman really wanted to know, and I felt like somebody hasn't told her, so why not? What better person to do it than myself? Because I was coming to her being genuine, and I really wished I would have let her know, because now she's sitting back floating through life not knowing about these diverse people that she's around. So I should have seized the moment, but it was pure curiosity, and she just really wanted to know. And her husband told her, "Shh, be quiet. Be quiet. Don't say that." Because her husband probably thought I was gonna bring out Shanae and be like, you know what, like, But I said I'm not gonna bring Shanae out. I'm not gonna do that. But I wish I did. And when it's coming from a genuine place, I feel that we should, because we better it the future. So she could tell her daughter or her son, this is why they wear it. And and this is what I got from this woman who came to me with respect and being kind. A lot of people aren't being kind, because a lot of us are defensive because of all of the bull crap that's been taken, year after year after year, generation after generation. But I just encourage people, when you do get a moment where you can really sit down and break bread with somebody on a respectful level, do it. If you feel you can't do it like that, then don't waste your time. But at that moment, it was genuine.
Yeah, and from where you were coming from, when you said about you wanted to bring a hair wrap, and prior to that, I thought that she was being nasty, because I've experienced, it was them being nasty. But that you're right about that. If we do, I like that suggestion, because if they really don't understand it, if it's out of pure ignorance, and if it's out of kindness, it is I feel it's kind of like our job to debunk whatever it is that they've been told, or if they truly just don't know and they've not been told anything.
I think a lot of people don't know, and I think there's a white group. People don't understand. They think during the civil rights movement that there was, it was a lot of Black people. Don't get me wrong, I'm not putting my people down, but it was a lot of white people out there. And still today, you look at TV, they out there marching. Protesting is not easy at all. It is so exhausting. It is hard. It's emotional. I've been to those marches, just taking pictures and just listening to what people say, not really being involved, but just being curious. There's a lot of people on the front line that is, out there standing up for what they believe in. And there's a lot of white people that's out there, a lot of Asian people that's out there. There's just so many different people. They just tired of what's going on in the past, and they're just tired of it. And there's a lot of white people that's tired of taking a rap for bad white people. Different people. They just tired of what's going on in the past. They just tired of it. There's a lot of white people that's tired of taking a rap.
Okay, hey, your audio's gone down. think we lost
No,
some
someone
audio.
has an echo.
Oh, is that
Someone
an
has, yeah, somebody has YouTube on and the live stream on at the same time.
Is that
I
you,
think
Miss?
it's Miss Anita.
No, not me.
Okay, I cut my TV set down because I did that. 'Cause I was trying to
Yeah.
hurry. Yeah, you shouldn't hear it now though, because I cut it down. Silent.
Oh, okay.
Well, everybody, I'm sorry. I'm gonna step out for tonight because I got to get up in the morning and because I got to be at
Mrs.
work.
Sandy,
Thank you, Sandy.
Thank
You
you,
know,
Sandy.
Miss-
Yeah, thank
Sandy,
you,
you're the
Sandy.
Beyonce of the show. You know that, right? It's like we always sit and wait for you to show up. It's like when you show up, it's like Sandy's gonna. We anticipate you to come. It's like Sandy may show up. Thank
Okay,
you.
Sandy, don't
I'll
scream on
make
my
some-
account.
Right. Well, I appreciate you talking to you guys. Hopefully I come in again, in and out. Because like he says, I'm in and out usually. Because I've been working late hours, so I do apologize. They've been working us
yeah.
overtime, so it's just been trying to get to bed and then get up at 6 o'clock and different
Yeah.
times to show up to work. So,
Yeah.
but
Miss-
I enjoyed this conversation. I thank you for everything. You guys have been great. I love talking to y'all, and I'm gonna get in here and talk to you guys again. So I enjoyed this conversation so much. So
Thank you. We enjoy you.
Mrs. Sandy, could I keep you for 5 more minutes?
sure.
Well, because your husband has caused all this by having this show, and you've helped him do it.
Well,
So-
Corey, you did too, because you're the backbone, because you've been on here too, well. So
Well, the ladies in here, along with your husband and your help. I mean, I wrote this poem. It was like 2:30 this morning. I couldn't even sleep until I got it written.
wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was. I had to write it down before I went to bed. So please hang around. Let me read
Okay.
this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, now the name of this is called The Kiss. And this is written in the perspective of a husband and wife. This is between lovers, married lovers, not single lovers. So, is everybody ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Miss Anita, you got your fan?
I got it.
Okay. I look upon your beauty and I hold my breath. You haven't noticed my gaze, but I'm drawn to you by a power I cannot control. My resistance is all but gone. I have given in to my primal passion. My heart has begun to race. My breathing can be heard out loud. You turn and see me rising from my chair. I watch you hold your breath when you feel my passion. I love the way your eyes sparkle as I walk across the floor with my energy that burns like a fire that cannot be subdued. My gaze is locked. My purpose is known. You have no escape. You tilt your head and give me a slight grin. Those beautiful lips of yours, so full, so lovely. I must kiss you to save me from this fire. I must drink of your passion to tame this wild beast that has overtaken my body. My arms reach out and take you. I pull you close, gently, but with a firm grip you cannot break. I feel your breath on my lips. Our eyes are locked. For a brief moment, time stands still. You close your eyes and wait for me to claim your passion. As we kiss, my breathing becomes forceful. I'm losing control. I can't stop myself any longer. The beast inside of me begins to growl, down deep, fighting to escape its cage. I force myself to pull away and stare into those beautiful eyes. You pull me back and kiss me hard. The beast in you has come alive. There's nothing more to say. The earth has stopped spinning. The wind has stood still. Our love has become a hurricane.
Wow.
Nice.
Dang,
Good
that's
job.
good.
Oh, Corey. Good job.
Yours was the word.
Didn't I say I was single? Now, why do you want to do that?
Corey, you're in trouble now.
Yeah.
That is
Why you don't do that?
I'm sitting here, I'm going, what your name is? Corey, what your name is?
Look, Bruno Mars said, "What you doing?
What your
Where
name
you
is?
at?"
What your name is?
That was beautiful.
That was so pretty.
Yeah,
I'm just sitting here like, hey, let me see what Corey doing tonight.
Exactly.
I'm about to get flued out.
Yeah, that and then his voice is just spicy.
That was really good, Corey. You're gonna have to send me a copy of that one. That's really good. Well, thank you, ladies. You guys have a good night. Hope to
You
talk to
too.
you again.
Sandy, you be careful with. You gonna promise to come back to see us one day? Look, one day. It doesn't have to be soon, but just one day.
Yes, ma'am. I will.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as my schedule slows down, and then
Okay.
Then my daughter, I'm in and out of running down there too, because she's gonna be expecting to probably towards the end of April. So we're seeing where that's heading at. So we'll we'll see what happens and be there. So thank you guys. Thank you for everything. Appreciate you having me here and
thank you.
In there. So thank you for everything. And everybody that's on the panel there. You guys have a good night.
You do the same. We're so grateful. Look, we need God, we need oxygen, I need my wigs, and I need Sandy. Okay. Okay. We just in that order. Okay.
Okay, you guys have a good night.
Bye, Sandy.
Okay. Bye bye.
Goodbye. Good night.
Oh, sorry.
Well, J10, you asked for that, so how was that one?
That was nice and spicy.
What?
That was just what I
was in
wanted.
trouble for J10. You need to stop.
Yeah, because I like your voice too.
Mhm.
You're just suave with the words, aren't you? You got that voice too. Like, wow.
Yeah, your ex-wife was crazy to
Corey,
leave you.
look, we about to be battling. I gotta find a poem to battle that one. We have battle all the poems. Battle all the poetry. That's what we're gonna do. Battle of the poetry.
That sounds cool.
Corey got kicked off.
Uh-oh.
He's back.
That's the third time today that StreamYard has left a duck print on my butt.
You know what?
Hey,
StreamYard was like, oh, that's so high. That poem was so high. They like, we can't touch this. We can't touch this.
It was sizzling.
Should I read the one from New Year's?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. The ladies say yes, so yeah.
All right. Okay.
Say yes.
Okay, this is how we started the new year in 2022 on this show. You ready?
Yeah.
Miss Anita, you got your fan?
Yes.
To my one true love, you are my destiny. When I close my eyes, you're all I see. You haunt me in my dreams. At times, tears roll down my face, soaking into my pillow. I lie awake, alone, struggling to find peace in the darkness. The time passes so slow as I wait to begin my journey, searching for you. My precious jewel, my greatest treasure. Like an angel you appear, coming to rescue my soul. And in my torment, time and space is all that stands between us now. Our Father in heaven has promised us great joys in this life. Though we may be separate, I can feel your love reaching out to me. Our love will stand the test of time. I promise to love you with all my heart, all my passion, and all my strength, to my last breath. Every morning my soul is revived. Every evening my heart aches, knowing I lie down alone, longing to feel you next to me. Father in heaven, when will she come? Father in heaven, how much longer must we wait until we can be together?
Awesome.
Okay.
All right.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Seriously.
Hard.
I'm clutching my invisible pearls. So, Corey,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm about to get flued out, right? What my plane tick?
Corey,
Well,
are
I
you
guess
reading
it'd
the
be-
chat?
Well, let me see.
They're talking about you should read books for Audible and you should do AMSR.
What is AMSR?
ASMR. It's where you someone
You're
explain. I'm not good at explaining it.
Well, your voice is so soothing and so calm. That's what that is about. To kind of like woosah, to just calm you and relax you. Especially for people that like me, that's always almost on 10. You just calm a person. Your voice is very soft, and it's kind of like to have you take you down like this and just make you flow. Almost very sweet. And it's almost like this, so you can be my baby daddy. Like that.
Yeah, that's the PG-13 version of what I was thinking.
You can have me flued out. Yes, like that.
I have a
How do
question.
we turn that fire down on you, Suncat? Just a little bit.
Would my son make my son cool? And take off the kid? It's impossible.
They doing the most. I just have a question. Roadrunner, have you been watching the Supreme Court nominee hearings at all?
I haven't watched much. I've watched some of it. I haven't watched a lot. I had a couple days off finally. And yesterday I did the live, and then today I slept all day. I literally slept all day.
I feel you.
And it was beautiful. It was nice. You ever have those days where you just sleep?
It's good. You.
It was good, and I was having good dreams too. It's like I was just, I was happy, and I was dreaming good too, and that. And I would wake up, right? And I says, man, this is neat. So I said, I just rolled back over, went back to sleep. And that's what I did today. That was
long awaited rest, Brett.
it was. And, that just shows how old I am. When you're getting old when sleeping sometimes is like one of your hobbies. Yeah,
I think it's really good to take a day of rest. I have to learn that the hard way.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what? And you know what? My wife has got on to me about that because, I did one live and I zoned out and I fell asleep in here, and my blood sugar was kind of out of whack and I just wasn't feeling right. And I was pushing myself because I was working 60, 70-hour work weeks. And then I'd come and do a live as much as I could, right?
Yeah.
And then I would do yard work, and I just wasn't resting. And it caught up with me. And my wife is she's so protective. It's funny. My grandfather, right? He lived to be 99 and a half. He got skin cancer when he was 93, right? And it was just like a couple spots, and they cut it out, and he was fine. But my wife seen that, and she was so worried I was going to die of skin cancer, right? She went and bought me a bunch of hats. She went and bought went and bought all this sunscreen and all this stuff. She brought the lotion, the spray-on stuff. I got so much sunscreen. But she's so protective that way. And now she's cooking me special diets of food, and
That's what she
you know,
loves her baby daddy.
yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
It's one thing I noticed, because I just have a feeling I've been coming in contact with a lot of, not a lot like that, but just men who are I would say white men, but I don't know exactly. I don't want to dummy down. And I'm at that age where it's like, love me for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I noticed they're scared. And it's like, I don't want you, you get to a certain age where you're not gonna, you kind of got a lot figured out.
Right.
And I haven't really, it's like, these guys, they like me, but it's just, they don't know if they can deal with me. I had a quick conversation with a guy, and he was talking about this one comedian who, he's married to a Black woman. This one comedian, I forgot his name, but he had mentioned him. And it was a short conversation. I said, yeah. And we got on the topic of melanin, and made a joke about my daughter, because my daughter is very light skinned. But she's a light-skinned woman in a dark-skinned body. She comments about her melanin. I always have to tell her, baby, you ain't got no melanin. And she'll look at me crazy. I'm like, you are so Black that she thinks she's a dark-skinned woman. And I keep telling her, I'm like, you're not, because she always says her melanin is popping. And I said, your melanin ain't popping. You're not. She's so like, you make jokes about it and stuff. But the conversation started getting into, speaking about race, and he immediately shut down and ended the conversation, disappeared out of nowhere. And I just felt like, okay, he wasn't one of those guys that was ready for that conversation.
Yeah.
And I really feel that if you can't tap on that conversation about race and move on, then that person really wasn't someone who I was talking to. He did kind of inbox me. I just never responded, because I said, I'm the teaching. I can have a conversation, but I can't teach you. You got to want to find these things out for yourself, And I just I just feel like certain things, if you shy away from it, you're not ready. You're not really ready to tap into what you're feeling. Because you got to have that conversation, because what our world have taken us through. So we have to.
Yeah.
You can't be scared to talk about certain things, because you can't be a white man who is interested in a Black woman, and you're not ready to have that quick conversation. And it can be quick, but it's a lot. I think a lot of people probably feel like they don't know what to say, or they don't want to say the wrong thing or whatever. But
you think it might have been awkward, though? You think it might have been, because I think about that too myself, to be totally honest. But do you think it might have been awkward? I do kind of lean towards how you're feeling, because I think personally, if you can't get on that level, and look, race is going to come up, because look, I'm Black, you're white, then you should be able to at least talk, even if it's general for right now, until we get into a more serious relationship, if it should go there.
You know what I think, and here's my thought on that. Yeah, it could be they're scared to say the wrong thing, and I think that's mostly what it is. They don't want to offend you. They don't want to come off the wrong way. There's that's a barrier. But when you're with someone you love, the talk about race, to me, it's not a hard topic. In fact, it's not even. Me and my wife really don't talk about race. I mean, we do at times, but it's really not there. We don't even think about it. I know she's Black. She knows I'm white. I know we know there's certain things we go through. But being married to my wife, it's like whatever she's going through, I'm going through with her. So
Right.
she don't really have to explain, what she's been through, what she's going through, because I'm right there with her. And a lot of times when it comes to racism or whatever, I deal with it just like she does. I feel the impact I have at work or different places. I've been attacked from it. It's a roundabout way, but it's not like I go and live my life and it's all peachy and everything's wonderful and she's getting beat down constantly. No.
Oops.
But and maybe it's because I live with her. I know what she and she'll tell me and I listen. And that's basically what it is. I don't look at it as like I think sometimes people carry it to where they think you got to be so educated on what a black woman's going through as a white man. But really, and my wife's told me this, you don't have to know, you just got to care.
That's
And
it.
just be there. Just be there for me.
I've been through a, some people, they think a lot of, racial things come through, verbal. I've been a victim of a physical attack, a physical racial attack. It was scary. It was something that I didn't understand why it was happening to me. And it wasn't done by a white person. It was done by some Hispanic people. 2 Hispanic men with bats that came out of nowhere.
Wow.
And attacked a friend and I, and how I knew it was a racial attack because they kept screaming in Spanish. And I do speak, I'm not fluent, but I understand a lot of Spanish. They was screaming effing Americans. And I was just thinking in my mind, like, me and my friend of all people, 2 women and 2 men come out of nowhere with bats in the night, and they're just attacking us with bats. I didn't understand that. And it's crazy. I was born in Memphis, but I didn't experience any of that until I got to California, and it wasn't by white people.
Yeah.
I heard out of California, they're the Hispanics out there are very, very, very.
I did not experience
racist towards blacks. Yeah.
When I tell you, that's why when I got here to California, I really didn't, I was just like, oh, these is cool. It's a lot of white people out here, but these people that I thought was white, they weren't white. They were different nationalities. They weren't white, like Armenian. They were Mexican. And I didn't know anything about other races until I got to California. I only knew black and white coming from Memphis. So when I came to California, there was other nationalities, but I've experienced more racism from non-white people than anything. That's why I didn't really understand it. But I think that a lot of when dealing with white men, it's I think a lot, my experience, they're afraid to say the wrong thing. Some of them are not ready to have that conversation. And being who I am and what I look like and my education level, at some point, and I wish we wouldn't have to tap on the race thing, but it always surfaces.
Yeah.
But we have to remember too, as black women, we can't just go in full throttle with white men expecting certain things right away from the gate. We have to remember that it's intense just as intense for them as it is for us on a lot, a lot of things.
In a different language. No, seriously. I dated a white man recently, and it seemed like we was talking a different language. We both spoke English. He was from the country. I'm from the city in the South, but he was from the country. And a lot of times he would say, "What do you mean?" And a lot of times I would say, "What does that mean?" And it's crazy that you would think we would understand perfectly.
Yeah.
But it was like, this was a man that was raised hunting. He played in the woods. I played in playgrounds. He told me, he said, Well, you know, and I went to his state and visited him and we hung out and stuff. And I said, and it's crazy because you would think we would understand each other, but I don't understand hunting. I don't know what it's like to play in the woods every day. I don't know what it's like to, you know, on the weekends, what we do is go fishing and swimming in a creek and stuff like that. I'm a city girl from the country, from the city part. So it was like really weird and it was awkward for him, but I was ready to like, you know, to be my eyes to be open to a different world. But just because you live in the United States and you're black and white, that does not mean that, you know, and he made a comment which was really crazy to me. He said, "You're different." And I said, "What do you mean I'm different?" He said, "Well, you different from the black people around here." I said, "Well, what are the black people like around here?" He said, "You'll see." And I was like, okay.
Yeah. And it could be something simple as you might talk different, you might carry yourself different. It might be something innocent, but then again, you could take it like, okay, why am I different? Like a put down. It could go either way. It could go either way with that. With him saying that.
Yeah, he just said I'm different.
Could have gave you a little bit more clarity on what the difference is as far as a black who live in his neighborhood versus him trying to say that you're different. But to me, that might put me on defense. Like, what if you can't give me an answer? It makes me feel like, well, is something wrong with me, different that way.
I thought it was positive because I said it must be a good positive because you took me out to dinner and paid. You picked me up from the mall. You know, I said, whatever it is, it must be positive, whatever this difference is. But I said, I'm going to let it play itself out and figure out what the difference is later. I didn't want to put too much on it. I took it as as something good and instead of something bad. Cause I said, I don't know what this man is used to. So I was just like, okay. And, you know, I've been told by Hispanic people, like, you're different from the others. And I'm just like, what do you mean the others? But they broke it down to me. They said, well, your lips aren't that big and your nose is like this. They explained to me exactly what they was talking about. And I was so like stuck. I really didn't know how to respond at the time. And I was just like, I like full lips. I like big noses. And I was like, do they know me? But they don't know me. So I was just like, okay, at least I understood what they meant by different. But when the guy that I went out with, he was just like, you're different. And I was just like, okay. Like, what does that mean? He was like, you'll see.
I would like to know, what was it that it didn't work out? Because it seemed like y'all had some kind of potential going on there.
He wasn't ready for me. Plain and simple. He was not ready for me. I was ready for him, and I let him know that from the gate. I said, we are from two different worlds. I said, as long as we keep the world out of our relationship, we will be okay. And he was just like, okay, you know, whatever. Because this man has a swastika tattooed on him.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Yeah, he said he got it when he was 16 years old.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Yeah. And I said, you know what? There's brothers in the neighborhood that get tattoos of stuff that people, period, that they're not proud of. And he said, and what he explained to me, he said real quick, he said, it's not the type of swastika that everybody, not a swastika, I'm sorry, Confederate flag, not a swastika. He had a Confederate flag. He said, it's not what people, I'm sorry, because a swastika is a swastika any way you want to put it. It was a Confederate flag. So he said, it's not what people are saying what it is. And I told him, I said, well, what is a Confederate flag? And he really didn't go into it. So I said, okay, until you start doing your research, then you can understand yourself better. So he was one of those people that haven't, he hasn't accepted things for what they are. And I think once he does that, but I don't think he was ready because he was so backwoods that he just, you know, and he was somewhat educated, had a really good job, but he was just raised a certain way.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I was thinking, you know what? When we talk about race and stuff like that, you know,
He hit
it's
that tattoo, Roadrunner. I just want to tell you, he hid
yeah.
that tattoo from me, and then I kept
Well, yeah.
pressing. I said, "Let me see what the tattoo is." He said, "You're not gonna like it." I said, "Let me just see what it is." I said, "Is it a naked woman or something?" No, I did not think that it was going to be a Confederate flag because I've never like been around people that had those kind of tattoos. And just for everybody in the chat, I want to correct it. It's not a swastika. It was a Confederate flag. But
Yeah.
when he finally showed it to me, and I was just like, oh, and he stepped back and he looked at me. And I said, well, you know, if you look at the history of the Confederate flag, because he was saying it's not racist. And I said, well, you need to do some research.
Well, here's the thing. You know, back in the day, the Confederate flag, there were a lot of people that flew the flag. There were even black people that had Confederate flags down
And they
south.
do.
No, I'm serious.
They do.
And they still do. I mean, some people say it's heritage, some say it's racism. And a lot of hate groups have used that flag. So, yeah. But when we're talking about race and stuff, guys, and when you're in an interracial relationship, racism and all that stuff doesn't have to dominate your relationship. It don't.
Yeah.
It don't.
You know, and I see a lot of people in interracial relationships
Yep.
to where they keep bringing it up, and sometimes the woman, you know, a black woman will bring it up, and it's not that she's trying to stir trouble. I think what it is she's trying to make you understand something or see if you care what she's going through. I think that's a big part of it. But like I said, me and my wife, we don't talk about race. Very rare. We don't need to. If it happens, we deal with it. And I would say if you're in an interracial relationship, I wouldn't harp on racism. I would, you know, if there's times you got to talk about it. We live in the real world, yes. But I wouldn't make it like a front page thing.
Right.
You know, unless he's you know, showing racial issues or doing something.
You know what? That's the thing. Thing. We got along so good. We kicked it so good. And until I mentioned, I said, okay, so, you know, you have this tattoo of this flag. And I said, well, you know, if it's not, and I did it pure out of curiosity. I said, well, you explain to me. Because like I said, we need to have these conversations. So I said, well, you explain to me what it means to you. And he really couldn't formulate anything. So I told him, I said, basically what I know, so I can let him know my position of what I've learned, what I know about the flag, is that it basically, you know, protected the institution of slavery. Like that's what me as who I am know what it is to be. Okay. So I opened that up for him to voice his opinion without bias. I was trying to get his part on that, but he wasn't ready. That's why I said he wasn't ready for me, because I welcomed it. I welcomed his explanation without aggression or anything, just to have a conversation. Because when I tell you, me and this dude got along so good, I said, if you I told him, leave the world out of our relationship and we'll be fine. But he brought the world in by not expressing himself.
Well,
and I wanted him to do that.
Yeah. Hey. Okay, hold on. I mean, I don't know how we went to movie review to racism. How did we get there?
Well, this is between a black woman and a black man.
Yeah, I get it. But I think we're, I don't know.
My thing is this. I like the fact that she said just keep. The thing is, when you're dealing with a white, this is my say. Can I say this much, Brent? When you're dealing with the white man, just keep with black women. We just need to just make it about, like Sandy said earlier, because when we ask for tidbits, The fact that she's so demure and all that. We were talking about yesterday how white men tend to help us as Black women, even with our do-rags or miscellaneous. You know how we talking about the do-rag.
Yeah.
Even though we have her named. When we dealing with a white man, regardless of what it is that the flaws that he may have, we come with our own flaws. Black women, we bring our trauma from our community. We have to know that white men come with their trauma from their community.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, just like, and I get what you're saying, but when we bring our trauma and our baggage, luggage, because I have plenty of luggage. But when when I bring, my do-rags and all that, my do-rags have a lot of luggage. We have to remember that they're coming, tattoos and all, even if they can't explain it.
Yeah.
We have to remember our Sandys. We have to remember Sandy.
Yeah.
And when they bring their trauma and their baggage, their luggage, we have to remember we're going to drop our bags right there.
Yeah.
Drop them and stand 10 toes down.
Yeah.
And say, this is where I'm at. We're going to drop our trauma, drop our luggage, do-rags and all, and let them drop their whether it's a swastika, whatever they rep for when they were younger. Let them drop it right there. And we have to say, regardless of what, we're going to be, whatever it is we represented once before, trauma and all, we're going to be Bonnie and Clyde from this point forward. And I like what you said earlier. This is what I love what you said. It's going to be us against the world. Even if he didn't get it.
Yeah.
As Black women, because we know what we want in so many areas, because we know what we have left behind.
Yeah.
A lot of times, a lot of times just men, period. And I just told Brent this. No disrespect. And not to toot our own horn, but toot. Men are just dumb. I'm no disrespect. They're dumb in a lot of areas. They're dumb. And Brent has even said this. They're just dumb, regardless of what race it is. So it is our job as women.
Yeah.
A lot of times it's our job to educate them.
Yeah.
And a lot of times we have to break it down.
Yeah.
Because what they have, at that point, he probably was like, oh my goodness, what does she want? She's intelligent. Right at that point, he was giving you your props.
Yes.
Because he was like, I don't know. I don't want to lose her. I don't know how to explain this. Oh my goodness. Men, here's the thing. We as women, we're thinking all day long. We're breaking things down. We're understanding. We're rocking it out all day long. We can multitask physically, mentally, emotionally, verbally. We multitask. Men, women, we have so many words.
Yeah.
We can have so much verbiage all day long. Men, you can count how many words they use all day long. Okay. So
I just want to say before I go, I just want to say before I go, so you guys can get back to the space where you were. But I just think that not all relationships are the same. You might find a black woman and a white man who they mesh in a certain way. But me walking in my path, what I've experienced and what I see other people experiencing is that and I just want to say to the white man, when a black woman, you're in a conversation with a black woman and she is opening the door and giving you the floor to get out what you need to get out, don't back down and not express yourself, whether it be negative or positive, because at the end of the day, if that woman is if she's into you, she's going to respect whatever you have just told her, because we have all been raised, in a certain way to think certain things, to do certain things. And until you're able to put it out on the table, you're not going to have that relationship like this man who's running his life has with his wife. So some couples, they have to get that out to move forward. And when you have that opportunity to get that out, because not everybody thinks like the next person. Mm-hmm. So when someone allows you to say, okay, throw your baggage out and I'm going to sit here and I'm going to listen to it, and then we're going to move forward. That's how you can move forward once you get it all out. And I just felt like the man didn't do that. So
But
But this is what I'm saying, Miss Lance. Everything what you're saying is perfect. But what I'm saying, as women, Black women, because the way men think, this is how we have to approach it. As women, period, but as Black women, what we have to, men, this is how they respond. We have to say to them, by you, I really like you. I like what we have here, but by you not, this is how you are making me feel by not expressing this to me.
right.
You're making me think that you're protecting or you're okay with this tattoo, or by you not explaining it to me, or by you not doing XYZ or saying XYZ, you're okay with it, or by you not educating yourself on it, or what have, or you not giving me the proper dialogue. This is kind of like, that's what that, let them know this is how you're making me feel. And I need someone, as a Black woman, this is what I need. Or as your, whatever it is that you want from me or us to have, I need XYZ. And
Okay.
so I'm sorry, Brent.
Yeah. Hey, let's get off this. Can we move from racism, please?
Okay. But that's what I'm getting from you.
And I want to say this. I think a lot of times we harp on racism so much. Okay.
Yeah.
And I get it. We got to understand what we're going through and all this. But sometimes we don't have to understand all this stuff right here and now. And here's the thing. If you're not racist and he's not racist, you don't even have to talk about racism. You don't.
I understand that, but the reality, and I'm not.
I get that, but sometimes you'll kill a relationship when you go into racism so much. And I'm not saying you do this, but I've been and failed interracial relationship because the woman had to make sure I understood racism and what she went through over and over. And it's like,
in that moment, what I was telling him, I'm sorry. In that moment, what I was trying to iterate to him was, let's be able to communicate. And I felt like that was the cornerstone, or to being able to communicate. Because if you can get past those things, and I see some relationships, they go left because they haven't had, some relationships need that conversation, some don't, because it all depends on the maturity of the two people. And you were blessed with your queen and she was blessed with her king. But there are there's a lot of relationships where people are not willing to communicate and get that out. So in that moment, I was just letting him know that you can give me your baggage and I'm still going to respect you in the morning. But I appreciate you for letting me onto your panel. And
before you get off, I want to say this. It seems to me when I was listening to you, it seemed like you guys had something special there. He just kind of messed up a little bit at that point where he couldn't express to you.
I just felt like he needed to get it out, and I wanted him to just get it out, but he kind of just, I don't know. I don't know what he was thinking how I was gonna view him, but I explained to him, I'm not gonna judge you on what's been done to you, because things have been done to me and others as well. But communication is key.
I mean,
yes.
Consider maybe addressing it. Maybe just
okay. Hey, guys, can we move from this? I'm sorry. I get your points, but I think we're going round and round with this.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, and it is different people with different relationships, and some women, some men require more than others, and that's why some relationships work, some don't.
Mm-hmm.
But my opinion, and this is my humble opinion, I think in an interracial relationship, I don't think we need to dive deep in the racism unless who you're with is practicing it, or and especially when you're starting out, because you're going to give him the impression that, there's extra qualifiers for him to be with you. You're going to give him the impression that he's got to totally understand you. And, and this is a turnoff for a lot of us white guys, because we feel, okay, we don't understand what the black woman's going through. And then she explains it, and then there's something else. And it's like, okay,
it's too intense.
We're in different worlds. Of course I don't know what you go through.
Right.
It's different communities. It's different people. We're looking through a different lens.
Right.
So, it kind of bothers me that when we talk about interracial relationships, that sometimes we go knee deep in the racism. We go into slavery. We go into all this evil stuff. And I'm not saying never talk about it. No, there's a time and place. And, just sometimes I don't want to even, I don't know.
Stay light. It needs to stay light. And
sometimes
it does need to stay light. I do 100% agree with you on that, because that's a conversation shouldn't be deep until you're into the relationship. Like, you've been together for a while and y'all can talk about it.
Wait until that issue is necessary. When it comes up, when it happens in the relationship and something happens out in the world and it comes home and need to be dealt with, like on Something New with Sanaa Lathan. I love that movie. When she needed it, when it was mentioned on her job, or she had to deal with it on her job, and she brought it to Simon Baker, they dealt with it then. Eventually it was an issue. But until then, it was never she never brought it up. Wait until it's an issue.
Yeah.
Before I go, I just want to tell you, the issue did come up between him and I felt like we should have addressed it, and it presented itself. And I don't sugarcoat anything with any man that I deal with, and I'm not going to sugarcoat, and I'm not going to water down anything. But I felt like that's something that needed to take place then. He didn't man up, and he didn't open up, and I let it go. But I thank you, and I appreciate you guys, and I hope you all have a good night.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Okay. And here's my thing, guys. I understand what she's saying, but I think we get so deep into this topic that it ruins our topic, what we're talking about. And if you're in a relationship, and here's the thing, ladies, whatever you require for the man, that's up to you. And if he can't understand everything you want him to, hey, he just can't be with you. I'm not telling anybody they got to accept anything, but what I'm saying from my perspective as a white man, okay, that has dated black women, and I've dealt with this issue. When she comes in and I got to understand this all about her, and I'm trying to keep up and learn everything she's talking about, it seems sometimes it don't end. And sometimes I'm just not good enough for her. So I need to take a right turn and go about my business. And here's the thing. If this is a hot topic and he's not a racist and not doing anything racial, he just loves you, and you got to keep hammering this home to him, you're going to lose him. And if that's an issue, you shouldn't date interracially. I'm not saying, if something racist happens, you tell him, he needs to understand and have your back. But it don't have to be, and I don't understand everything. There's a lot I don't understand, but that's okay. Because see, I can love you and not have a clue of what you go through.
Right.
And then I can understand everything you go through and not care.
Right.
So keep that in mind. But We
Yeah,
got to get.
you can use it against us.
Yeah.
A man can understand everything you're going through and use it as a weapon too.
Yes.
So
That's
it doesn't,
Very,
but
very much so.
yeah, you
And,
cannot know, but as soon as it's an issue, you can love us through it. So it
yes.
just all depends.
Yes.
vice versa.
Yes.
Because there are some things as black men we're not going to understand as far as what you guys have gone through. So there are things that we would have to learn too as well. Because we've been seeing it from our perspective. So sometimes we need to look at it from each other's perspective. Like, okay, that's another way of looking at it. And I didn't see it. Or maybe I didn't understand, where you're coming from. So sometimes it is vice versa too. We got to understand as well, you know. But we do
Yeah.
light in the beginning. It needs to be light. You don't need to be no heavy. To me, not too heavy when you go on it. You gotta, you want to build on that relationship. It's better than when you're in the same color relationship.
Yeah. And you know what? And I didn't want to go into the racial thing like we did, but we did. And
Yeah.
and we could pick out a blessing in this. And this, guys, take this when you're dealing with a relationship, okay? And ladies, I understand black women go through a lot. You guys, you do. And us as men, if we're interested in you, we should love you, respect you, and listen to you. But in turn, don't expect us to know everything, and don't try to change us
Yeah.
into like a heavy political thing or something like that. Just keep it honest. And you know what? I'm telling you, me and my wife, we don't sit around talking about race. We hardly ever. In fact, we don't even think about each other as black and white. We're husband and wife, and we're married. We know I know my wife's black, and and I love my wife, and I love qualities that black women have. I do.
Yeah.
Black women are beautiful and awesome, but when you're getting in a relationship, it's a give and take, and don't put everything on his shoulders, because you're going to run him off because he's going to feel he's not good enough for you.
Those are things that we as black women got to learn too. See, what you just said was very valuable, that we really need to take heart to that, because those are things that I think you're right. You can't expect for the white guy to know it all. He may have not even been exposed to as what we've been exposed to. So I think, and I guess it's like, and I understand where she was coming. Look, you either in or you out. You either compatible or you're not. Because may have another guy, she might, if she really, really, man, like, hey, I like him. I'm gonna try to make this work. Let's see, I'm gonna overlook some things and we'll readdress it at another time. But it could be just the chemistry. Maybe the chemistry just was not there totally.
It could be, and maybe she just wanted to come out and be honest. Yeah, I did this. I think it represents this. I don't think it's what you think. And he should have said that if that's what he believes.
Yeah.
It's better to stand up for what you believe in and tell people and be honest, even if you're wrong, than to try to sugarcoat it or go around about a certain way.
Right. I think you're right. You're right on that. I think maybe he could have felt a little intimidated. Maybe he might not have felt as assertive. You're a different type of guy, Brett, to me. Like that, you're very straight to the point. I think that all guys are not like that. I think sometimes they might feel like, I got to be careful what I say. I got to weigh my words, because she might be confrontational, or she might be, they call us, what's that, Sapphire, the angry black woman. She might come off at me. And the fact that he spent money on her, and that I think she said, didn't he take her out to a nice place? So I forget thing that she said, but he had to have been really interested in her if he invested that much. But I think when it got to that point, it was like that might have been a little bit too much over his head at the time. And I think if she would have kept it maybe lighter, come address it at a way down the road, he could talk about it a little bit better, perhaps. Or I'm just speaking as an older woman, or maybe as a black woman, we could have explained like, hey, this is how it bothers me, and this is what it means to me. And maybe if you don't know the full background, and maybe for all intents and purposes, maybe he didn't not know.
Yeah, I don't know. I just, yeah, I mean, I would just say this. You know what? If you don't feel comfortable with who you're with, don't be with them.
That's true.
And here's the thing.
Bottom line.
Yeah, but don't harp on racism. Please don't.
Yeah, and
now here's the thing. Let me say this. That don't mean you let them get away with saying whatever.
That's true.
But don't. I would say don't even dig into it unless it's something you got to talk about, or it's something you have to address. Because right now, we were on a movie review and we got off topic, and that's fine. But it went into racism, and I think we were going hardcore into it. And why? Unless we're talking about some event that took place that there was racial acts, or we were, you know what I mean? I don't like talking about racism. I don't. I know it's reality, and sometimes we have to go there, but I don't like it to make it an everyday thing, And I think sometimes we go so far into it, and and a lot of these ladies have hurt, and they want you to have compassion. They want you to understand, and I get it, but you got to understand we're in two different worlds.
Yeah.
But we can make it work.
I believe.
And we can. And hey, just give the man time to learn. He'll if he comes with love.
I keep saying they're dumb. I'm saying, no, I don't mean it harshly. I really do believe that he just didn't know. I truly think he really just didn't. He was just following the crowd. Seriously, usually that's it. It's peer pressure.
Yeah, and it could have been he just didn't want to offend her and didn't know what to say or what to do. He felt trapped. Okay, if I explain it, is she going to believe me?
Honestly,
well, okay. Honestly, let's stop talking about the Confederate flag. I'm just
okay. Let's move on to something else.
Yeah. Hey, welcome to the panel, bartender with Boo. Or Bo.
It's banter with Bo. Hi.
Oh, with Bo, and Chris Cook is on the panel.
Hi.
Good evening.
Welcome to the panel. Good to see you
Okay.
tonight.
How is everyone?
Hello.
Doing good.
Good. Okay. I got in on this thing late tonight. I was with my youngest son. We were looking at homes. He's going to purchase his first home, but you just
kudos.
When you dating into another race, you just don't worry about flags and and tattoos and things, because each and every race has some type of a symbol or something, that they do go by. But only thing you try to do is you just want to be with a person that's compatible to you, regardless of the color.
Yeah.
That's the way I've always viewed it. So, but like I said, I told Mr. Brent the other time he let me on, my husband was white, and things were different, because I'm in my 60s, and you can imagine the obstacles and things that I had to go up against, at that time. But like I say, you just keep all that out of it, and you guys make it with someone, and you just have a good time, and you just let it go, So, because after all, we all women of color, we know all about the racism and how we got to America and everything. But I'm not saying that you forget it, but I mean, if you're going to cross over into into the white world, well, some of them old fashioned things you just have to overlook. So long as you guys can make it, and he's a man that's into you, and you can get a go at it, you go for it.
Yeah, it seemed like he was
Yeah, well said.
I think once for one, just to keep it balanced for as far as what my observations, I'm so proud that she was able to say no. She had her standards and she stuck with her standards. Standards means STAND. They stand. She didn't waver. Kudos to her for that. However, just being like you said, observation, just old school. I really think that he would again. He seemed like he was just a sweetheart. He didn't want to offend her. Again, like I said, men are, when they like you, they like you, and they don't want to offend men. And I love the fact that Corey, being that they're white men, Corey, Mark, Brent, they all stemming from the movie. How I love how Ashton Kutcher was all about her. I love how he was all about her. He was willing to do whatever to please her.
Yeah.
Regardless of what. First of all, he didn't want to meet her dad. It was a lot that he just didn't want to have to contend with. But he did it. And the same thing, even when it came to him tripping over so many things, he was just whatever he had to do in order to please her, he did it on that movie. And so that takes us from the SWAT. Again, so glad that she stuck to her standards, not knocking sis for sticking to her standards. It didn't work. It didn't work. So great, good for her. Again, kudos to her for that. And she didn't look back. But going to the movie review from what we talked about, or we were talking about with Ashton Kutcher,
that was a good movie.
He was still willing to do whatever for her. Going from what Miscellaneous was saying with the guy, he was like in a world. And coming from what he did when he was 16, he did something stupid with Ashton Kutcher. He walked away from his job. He kind of felt like, oh, this was stupid, but I'm going to do whatever it takes to make this work, And even though it was uncomfortable, he was still willing to do. He was 10 toes down, and I just kind of like making them correlate. It was dumb on both of their parts, but at the end of the day, they just wanted to make their black woman happy. Standing there, like,
you have to look at it like this too. It's a learning experience on both sides, because as being a black woman, you enter into that other side, things you have to learn and kind of learn to let go, and you just go ahead and groove in. Like I say, as long as that man is interested in you and he wants to make that unit or that family or however you want to express it, that's what you go by, because after all, after you get older, you know all about the racism and the ups and downs, how we are treated. And in fact, all races of women, they can bring to the table experiences of things, that they went through too, in the early years, the white woman, she stood up, she fought where we be able to vote, and she couldn't smoke in public, and every woman is something.
Yeah.
Because even Middle Eastern women, it hasn't been a lot of years that she was able to hold a driver's license to even drive a car. So it's a lot in all of it. So like I say, you just don't look at the flags and the tattoos and everything. And if that white man, if you guys can gel, you can make a home, go for it. Because it's a lot. I always had a 4-corner rule. Anything a man, if he's for me, regardless of what that color is, and if we can make it, hey, it's on and popping.
All right.
Did you know on the movie where Bernie Mac was even making up like a false description of Ashton Kutcher, was saying, lying about to the guy that worked with him, lying about all of these credentials that he had, and lying about, he gave a false description.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He was black and other. Remember that part of the movie?
Yeah, Jamal.
Huh?
Yeah, he said his name was Jamal.
Yeah.
And he came to his office. He was like,
Yeah, you remember that part in the movie?
yeah, that
And
was
so
funny. Yeah.
I thought I was cracking up laughing. But the thing is this. That was enough because that description was black.
Mm-hmm.
And even though what gets me is we give that was enough. And he didn't know anything about what Ashton Kutcher had just gone through. All he knew was Ashton Kutcher was working for was it the firm? Ashton, what was Ashton Kutcher doing before? Did he work for a firm? No, for
It was some corporation, some firm.
Yeah, and he had. I mean, everything about Ashton Kutcher lined up very well.
Yeah,
but the
his
fact
credit score.
Yeah,
his job.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Bernie Mac, he had already ran everything. His background. He had checked his background already.
Yeah.
But Bernie Mac was a loan officer, so he knew. But the thing is, everything that he knew about Ashton Kutcher at that point, everything had checked off, but the fact that he was white. So the thing is, we give more of a and then I say this at one point, I was forced to do this, not knowing better, with the fact that we give more we cut black men more slack than we do white men.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's because a lot of times the black woman feels like that black man, he doesn't have a go at jobs and life like a white man. And she just kind of tends to fall into that trap into kind of extra helping and doing, you know. But one thing about that situation,
can I say
what women have to realize is that black man, he could sit up there in school and do his work and got his grades and his education just like we done. And a lot of men of color kind of tend to run from that. I'm not saying all.
Yeah.
But it's just, it just depends on how you can view it and how much you can take. But one thing I do tell a lot of the young girls of today, don't put yourself in the man's place. If he can't stand up there and he can't be that man, then that's not the person for you to be with. I always just kind of simplify things. And I think they understand that, because when you're going to pay the rent and pay the car note and all the utilities, then you're in the man's place. And which I know you ladies know that too.
Yeah.
But all I always just ever said, if a man, he's going to want to lay up there in that heat's rolling and you out working and all, depends on your climate. I'm in the Chicago area, so you know what that weather's like. And I'm not going to have no man laying up there and I'm out doing everything and he's not doing anything.
Yeah.
So a lot of times in life, after you be an adult, you just have to have common sense.
Yeah.
But the common sense factor is that if you're going to have a man and if he's not going to meet you, then that's just, that's the man for you.
Right. But
it's nothing to try to size up or try to figure out. That's just the way it is, because you walk in any store and you have to have money to buy things. And a lot of men, they just like, well, can I get $10 or can you do this for me? And you may not never see him no more for maybe 6 weeks or a year. But when you walk in that store, you purchase something, you had that $10 to give them to buy whatever you went in there to get. So that's just the way it goes. But some people have I call it, they turn a lot of things into drama.
Yeah.
And your life is not drama. You have to be alert and you need to watch every step, everything that you do. So like I said, you get somebody around you that, just put it like this, if it's a child 1 to 18 years old, that's the only thing that's gonna sit at my table and eat the food that I bought.
I know that's right.
But anything over that situation, they better learn how to get out there and get it, because I am not that person.
I know that's
Hey,
right.
And I think every woman should be
Yeah.
that way. You know, don't, just don't. You know, because a lot of my mother's sisters, their husbands, they had decided they weren't going to work, they weren't going to do anything. And I guess we felt like it was a hilarious story. But my aunt, she had bought her first car, and the man on the car lot, he was a white man, and he was a widower. And she took him. You know, I'll just say she traded her husband in for him. Her husband, he had a fit, but what could he do? You know, because he wasn't bringing nothing to the table. Nothing.
Okay.
You know, so you look out for yourself, you know, and especially if you got children and everything, you can't be silly.
See, that's what I was going to say earlier. And just to make a correlation from the movie, from what's his name, with Ashton Kutcher, I was saying how, you know, we tend to cut black men a little bit more slack. And I like what you were just saying. When it comes to cutting black men a little bit more slack as opposed to white men, that description that Bernie Mac gave him, the fact that, you know, making him black and knowing in Bernie Mac's mind, he just thought, oh, okay, you know, he just thought he was still where he was, but with the tattoo and I love again that what's her name, Miscellaneous was, you know, stood her ground, because it's more to the story than we would ever know, because we weren't there and we don't know her experience. But black men can have these tattoos of
Hey, as soon as you're done, I need to say something real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you guys this, but I want to say something. YouTube, I keep getting like spam, this porn type stuff in my chat. I don't know if YouTube monitors that, but I keep getting the same site, Naked HD. You know, watch girls stream, that type of junk.
Oh, wow.
I just want to put that out there. I know YouTube monitors that, but it's been happening all night, and I keep blocking the same freaking channel, and it keeps coming back. I don't know what it is, if they just keep making the same name over again, account, or some kind of robo thing. I just want to say that. So YouTube, I know they monitor what we're saying and stuff, but I want to put that out there, and just not just for my channel, but other channels to be protected. You know, some way we can get that spam out of there. Anyway, J10 asked me to ask you, what part of Tennessee are you from?
East Tennessee, going towards Chattanooga.
Oh, okay. And there's a number of you. There's a number of you guys from Tennessee, and me and my wife were looking to relocate. We were looking at Tennessee, and what's appealing about that is the state income tax. They don't have a state income tax, kind of like Florida. My brother lives in Atlanta. Well, not in Atlanta. He lives like in the suburbs around Atlanta. And I wanted to be close, you know, when here in a few years, when I retire again for real, we're thinking about relocating to be close to my brother. But I don't want to live in Atlanta. I don't want to live in Georgia.
Brent, Tennessee is for you. And I'm not, I am biased, but what you described, Tennessee will be for you guys. Honestly, seriously, this is everything you've described. This is everything you will be looking for, and I'm so serious.
You know, love. I was in Tennessee, in Nashville. My grandson, his mom and stepdad moved to Clarksville, Tennessee, but I love Nashville, Tennessee.
And it's a lot of rural areas out with it. It's like the rural areas, like farm area, and to build the land is so much, and they're constantly building. Just it's beautiful areas in here.
I would like to be I would like to be like in a suburb close
Yeah.
to a city.
Yeah.
Like,
You can have both, the best of both worlds. Seriously.
Knoxville looks nice. I mean, how is that?
Knoxville
I
is
mean,
nice.
yeah,
Yeah.
maybe a suburb like, somewhere close to town, but I don't want to live in town.
Right.
And have
That
like
would
at
be a
least,
good choice, though. That's for sure.
and have like
Because I
an
was
acre.
born in Atlanta, Georgia, and I don't like Georgia.
I don't like
Yeah,
that. I would never live there. Never.
I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy about it either. I mean,
I wouldn't
Atlanta.
even want my casket there. I'm so serious. No, I wouldn't want my casket there.
You wouldn't want your
To
casket.
go shop, I would go. I've been there to shop plenty of times, but never to live there. No.
It's a lot of us in Georgia, but honey, they're not ready for us.
They're not ready.
Right there.
They're not ready.
They're not.
They ain't ready for us people of color still. Out of all these years, it's beautiful. Beautiful homes and hotels, but they got a long way to go.
They do. Chris, let me think. Chris Cook, we right here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fix my lokes. Okay, I'm gonna fix my lokes. Be right here.
Okay.
They're not ready.
Okay.
They're not ready.
I was just asking. I know we like Charlotte, North Carolina. When my brother lived there, we went there all the time, and we like that area too. But we're looking at Tennessee. I put some states out there. Alabama, no, we're not going there. Georgia, no. South Carolina, I don't even know. Probably not. So it's.
I heard South Carolina was beautiful. Seriously.
Is it?
I heard it's beautiful. I did. I heard it's very, very pretty. And you gotta get through some mountains to get there. But it's
beautiful. It sure is.
Yeah. I heard it's beautiful.
It's a simple way when you get to South Carolina to enter into the state of Florida too. But I don't care for Florida either. So it's beautiful too. But like I said, me being a person of color, that just ain't no word for me to let go. But Tennessee, I would do it in a heartbeat. Tennessee.
It is.
Tennessee. I love Tennessee. If I said Ohio, that's where I would move, to Tennessee.
I'm getting ready to go to Gatlinburg to visit, just to go out for myself, just for me time. I'm leaving my place to go by myself again for some me time again, just because it's beautiful out there, and I just want to go to time. I just want to leave me to go be with me because I love being with me. But and it's beautiful out there too. Pigeon Forge and J10 would know that, but it's beautiful. Yeah.
I just
was gonna come into Tennessee and look, because I'm gonna eventually leave Chicago because it's so cold here. And I'm totally retired now. Thursday was my last nursing day, so thank you so much.
We have to do obeisance to you. You've served your time. Congrats. Good for you. And you don't look 60-something. You don't look 60. So when you said 60-something, I was like, not that skin. No, not that skin. You look really good. Seriously.
Thank you. I'm 61 years old now.
You don't. No, you don't. You look really good. Seriously, that's some good skin.
Thank you so much. Because I know my son, I was telling him, I said, I wonder why all these young men always hitting at me all the time. He said, Mama, you just but I just feel like a man 30 or 35 years old, that was just too young for me.
You got it. You got it. Hey, just rock it out. It don't matter. Even if you don't want them, just rock it out and own it. That's okay. I'm heterosexual and I noticed that good skin. So what? I mean, I want to look at you, and I'm not even interested. So rock it out.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That made my day for sure.
Well, good. That's what we're here for. We should share that. It's the truth. Seriously. And no fluff. I'm dead serious. When you said 60, I was like, 60. You look really good. I'm dead serious. I'm from Michigan, so I know about that cold weather.
It's cold here too. It was cold today. It was sunny, but it was so cold today.
Come
Yes.
down here. We want you. Yes, we want you here.
Yes.
It's enough room. It's
Yeah,
enough
I
room.
want to come and look, and maybe it'll be a time where you and I, I can let you know I'm coming.
Well, yeah.
I will.
I don't know. Now, as the state, I don't know anybody there anymore. But I will. I think that's where I want to settle.
Well, you know somebody here now. Email Brent, and Brent can give you my email address.
Okay,
yeah.
that'd be beautiful.
Yeah, I can do that. And my email is in the description box, and it's also on my community wall too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you
Email
so
me.
much. Okay,
Email me,
I
sis.
will.
Okay, email me. And then listen. Well, listen, I'm gonna fix my looks. We'll talk.
Okay. Sounds beautiful.
There you
With
go.
your young self. With your young self.
Right there.
Up
I'm
there fooling young men.
telling you. When I have to send you one, huh?
Huh?
I'll send you a doctor, a young man.
Girl, if you don't send them, listen, package him up well and send him this way, sis. Okay?
Okay. I'm telling you. Cause
And when I open them up, I'll let you know. I'll let you know if he's coming or not.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Everything is just beautiful too.
You got to see if does he come with the return box in case it's not a good fit?
You know what? We'll make one if not.
Yeah,
Return to sender.
Listen to him, Miss Chris. If he doesn't fit, we must have quit. Okay?
Okay,
There
that's
you go.
beautiful. Oh, sure enough.
But you make sure you email him, and he'll give you my email address. We'll talk.
Okay, I sure will.
Okay.
Miss Anita's there tonight also.
Huh?
Is Miss Anita? She's there tonight.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Because I missed her last night.
Yeah.
I didn't get in on time, but I did get a chance. I got on with Mr. Brent for a while, though, but it was late though.
Watching Mr. Brent.
Yeah.
Mr.
My,
Mr.
you know what?
Brent.
My lives go so long. I
Excuse me.
I keep saying, you know what? I'm going to stop these marathon shows, and then here we go. But
They turn into a marathon show.
Yeah, I just enjoying it, you know.
Mr. Brent, you the Johnny Carson of today.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you, Brent? What did I tell you? I said that. Didn't I tell you that? I said, remember I told you about the Johnny Carson? I mentioned it to you.
Yeah.
Carson?
Johnny Carson.
Well, today.
That was a long time ago. I remember Johnny Carson back when I was a little kid. Yeah.
You know, he was.
I remember I was watching a show. You know how you can watch reruns?
Yeah.
And I was watching Johnny Carson, and this was way back. He had Diane Carroll on the show, and she was real young. I mean, looking beautiful, like, you know, and she was. And she was like, I think she was like in her 20s. You know,
so
just
pretty. Good night. She's so pretty.
She was, and even when she got older, she was beautiful. She was
very
just
pretty. Yeah, she looked better with age. Yeah.
Yeah, she's like wine. It just got better with time. Yeah, but back in the day, I had like a crush. Her, I remember Donna Summer, Thelma from Good Times.
Brett, you know what? You have good taste. I'm telling you. You have an eye for black.
I do.
You do.
I do. Yeah.
I see why you married Sandy. Look at you.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, look at that eye. I see why. We feel you.
Yeah. Hey, that's my treasure. I tell you.
Yeah.
I prayed to get married to a black woman, and people say you're crazy. You're not supposed to do that. You're just supposed to pray for a good wife. No, I pray for a good wife, and I pray for where my heart is too.
You can be specific in your prayers, and it's in the Bible that you need to be specific. That's why Abraham's when he asked for when Abraham had his servant go to look for Isaac a wife, that servant asked for the servant girl for Rebecca to come out and to water his camel, to have her come out and do something specific. And when she came out, that was an answer to his prayer. Even Gideon, for the ground. Yeah, you know how what was it to do? For something to be wet and for something to be dry. He asked for specific.
You're right.
So we need to be specific. So you ask for specifics, right? It's in the Bible for a reason, for us to learn a lesson. It's not in there for kicks and giggles. It's for specific. It's for lesson. So you did the right thing. And hey, you got your Beyonce. Hey.
But you know what? You know what though? That's being honest. That's where my heart was. Yeah. I can't lie to God. I mean, what am I saying? Yeah, just send me anybody, but I don't want anybody.
It's no sense right? If you're not gonna be specific. You know? Yeah.
That's right.
So I've been praying for specifics. I've been praying for specifics. Yeah, but I've been doing it for years. That's why I'm still single. I'm still I think he's still creating, or either he's not born yet. He ain't been born yet.
He's not born yet.
But I it's specific, and I just have to patiently wait. No, it is what it is, and then too, I have to work on myself too, because I pray for specifics for myself as well. So it's not just about him; it's about me too, having to work on me.
You're right. That's all of us.
Hey, you guys, Brent, listen, look at what I just done. Well, since I've been sitting here, your show has helped me to do this for my for my basket. I've been sitting here, and your show has helped me to do this for myself. Well, for my
nice.
That's good.
Yeah,
it's a little basket here for my clinic, but I'm going to sell it. I'm not going to. It's for. I have to do an event coming up, but it's for my arts and crafts business. So thank you for that show. Thank you.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Make some
things
products
perfect.
for you.
All things perfect. All things perfect. Thank you, Brent.
Oh, you guys. Hey, well, I'm gonna hop off because, believe it or not, Mr. Brent, I'm actually going to church tomorrow. I haven't been to church.
Nice.
So you all pray for me, because I feel like I haven't been out for a while. This is kind of like an outing for me, but I am looking forward to going. And
I'm going to go in the morning, and then I'm going to do a prayer meeting tomorrow. Hey, if you guys join me in my prayer meeting, I got this video I'm going to show, and somebody sent it to me, and this is from I got to watch it again. It's from some senator or some, and he said that he was talking about state rights, and when it comes to the state and federal government, and states have responsibility, and then the federal government. But what he said, and you guys, it's going to blow your mind, and it upset me, because what this man said, and I think it had something to do with the Supreme Court, when they were vetting her, describing the law and how, what the Supreme Court's for and this and that. But he said this. He says when it come to interracial marriages, he said it should have been up to the states and not the federal government. Because I disagree with that, because that's not, see, the state government and the lower government, they take care of the state, or it can be like even a smaller government. They take care of that part, right? In a state,
right.
The state should vote how they want to when it comes to how they spend their money, how they run the state. I get that. But interracial marriage, that's a civil right. That's a human right. You can't dictate that through government.
He was talking silly because, see, in the early years, that's the way it went. But see, but once that bill did go to the Supreme Court and they passed that bill until where they didn't have no choice but to let us marry and be together.
Yeah, and that's where the federal government had to step in. And not all cases the federal government. There's a lot of cases the federal government needs to stay out of, but that they had to, because it's not a state issue. It's a human right. It's one of our unalienable rights. Didn't they write that in the Constitution?
Yes.
You know, the right to, you know, pursue happiness. And
because I was gonna run away with me a white chocolate if I had to live on the ocean somewhere.
Yeah, there you go.
So they could have did all they wanted to do.
But
I
what was
you? I really like you.
Yeah. But I want to show that video, and we can have some commentary on that. But I couldn't even believe he even said that. That was I was like, really?
But they try to fix things that's not broke. It's like it's so many other things that could be dealt with, and it's like, why? Really?
But see, I could have flipped what he was saying. I could have said, okay, what if the state decided that, let's say they decide white people are so evil, so they need to marry outside of their race to balance it out. So him being in his state, if they change the law, does he have to get rid of his white wife? Oh, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but he just come in. He just have in his mind, and I guess the way he was raised, that the only to be pure and keep the white race was not to, you know, go interracial. You know, I don't understand where, you know, like I say, it started in the home, you know, so you know, I don't fault him for it, you know. So I mean, that's like you can stand out in the middle of the street and scream all day long, it ain't gonna change his mind, you know. So it's overlooked that, you know. It's the same way. It's just like even in our race, you know, they'll say, "Oh, when you come, don't bring that white man in my house," you know, because I had a cousin. She told me, she said, you know, don't bring him to my house. I said, honey, I never came to your house anyway, so I wasn't coming that way. You know, you don't have to worry about it.
All right,
there you go. That's good.
You know, because like I said, I don't do that trauma thing, and I'm the kind of person like this. I love it when you up front and you tell me what's happening, because if you don't, at the end of the day, you're gonna come out.
Yeah.
So I never cared about that, because in my part of the world, honey, when you gotta have them gas and lights rolling because it's cold, and anybody want to meet me with that to help me, hey, they own my ticket. They got my vote. You know, so I mean, because once you get to be an adult, you leave your parents' house, your life turns into a business. I know you acting silly.
Yeah.
You know, so you get that man, he gonna come in there right and help you. That's what you do. See, because your parents can only do so much for you. You know, they love you and they'll help you so far with education, and a lot of times the government have to get in and give you grants and, you know, help you till you can do better for yourself. See, so I mean, but if you want to be a person, you're gonna let other people run your life, then that's where the failure comes in at. See.
But I'm listening. This belongs to me. Oh, this right here, this brain, it belongs to me, and I'm gonna use it the way that I choose to. And so, whoever it is that I decide to be with, if he doesn't look like me and the people that's surrounded by me, okay. And if you disrespect him, like I said, we Bonnie and Clyde. This belongs to me. So my job is to protect if I'm going to his community, his job is to protect me in his community. And when he's in my community, my job is to protect him in my community. And so my thing is, like we always talk about, it's us against the world. And
Yes.
and at the end of the day, we gonna ride out. We riding out together.
Mhm.
Not not together with a V. We riding out together. And so this belongs to me. This belongs to me. My heart is gonna be his, my mind, everything. This stuff. And so that's the mindset. And I like what you said, Chris. It's all about what belongs to you. And like you told your cousin, I won't come into your house no way. And even if that was your ace boom and that was your cousin and you guys hung out together constantly, you don't want him, then you don't want me. Because this belongs to me. This is a part of me.
Relationship, we were done. You know, so
that's your other half. If you don't want my other half, then okay, well you don't want me because this is my other half. Clearly, you don't want my company. See ya.
Yeah. She had another nerve talking about, oh, your kids are so this and they mix so well. I said, but you said you don't like that. So I say, so my kids can't be beautiful. And I laughed and I left. I was young. I was probably like 27 years old at the time.
Yeah.
You know, but like I said, they want to live that drama life and they want to be on the, I call it the other side of the track. Well, they sit on that side without me.
Yeah, how about that?
Oh, you guys, my good nights to you all.
Miss Anita, it's so beautiful to see you and hear your voice.
You too as well. Something that
Mhm.
seen you for a while. Wait a minute, because I don't remember Miss Chris, so please forgive me. I don't remember. I mean, of course, obviously, I remember you because you help me all the time, but I think I haven't seen you for a while. Has it been a few days?
Yeah, it was. I missed 2 shows because you know I got to looking at. I love the Pluto TV, and I was looking at the British. It's a detective show called Midsummer Murders.
Oh yeah.
And I got to looking at that thing, and you know what? I set the reminder, and it showed up as soon as the show popped on. But for some reason, I guess I got into that show, and I just forgot that night. And then tonight, I was with my son, so that's how I missed you tonight.
Important. That is important, Miss Chris. You need to be there with your son to help him get the right help.
I wish I could be with you there all the time. It'd be beautiful too. I just love. I love all of the shows, but I would love to be up there with you.
Well, I thank you guys, and thank you, Miss Chris, for everything. And Mr. Brent, it was nice kind of hanging out. I haven't hung out with Mr. Brent for a while.
Yeah. Welcome. I haven't been on YouTube. I haven't even. Gosh, I haven't watched nobody, and I just been busy and stuff. And like I said, the times I got off, I've been sleeping all day.
Stan, I do understand now. The channel keeps you busy. I mean, between working and doing other things, and then try to stay on top of what you do. To me, it can be, it could. I don't want to say overwhelming, but you can get tired. It's a lot.
Oh yeah, you can, and it's you know it sometimes gets overwhelming, but it's addictive too, and it's
it is.
I enjoy it. I enjoy it probably a little too much at times, but that's why our shows go on for 7-8 hours. Yeah.
No, Mr. Frank.
But I
still got to go back and watch a couple of your. I got to go back and watch a couple of yours.
Oh yeah, you know what? Watch it and fast forward because it lasts forever. Pick out bits and pieces because it's a full work day to watch the show.
I'm thinking, I don't think I can hang. I used to can hang. I'm thinking,
hi, Miracle Happens. Nice to you.
Anyway, all right, you guys. I am going to say good night. Good night, Sun Kiss and Mr. and Miss.
Good night, Miss Anita.
Thank
you. Good night, Miss Anita. Good to see you tonight.
You as well. All right, you guys have a lovely night, and God bless you all.
You have a good night.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to close here soon, too. It's almost midnight where I'm at. I know you guys on the East Coast are. Well, I think you're almost 1 o'clock in the morning where you're at, Sunkissed. And Chris,
Yeah.
I don't know where you're at, but
I'm in Chicago.
okay.
Illinois. 12:47 a.m. now.
Oh, okay. So you're an hour ahead of me.
Yeah, we're the same time. We're the
Both
same
you and
time.
Sunkissed. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are in the central time zone. I'm in the mountain time zone.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you said you are in New Mexico.
Yeah.
It's beautiful there too.
It is. My state is really amazing. And some people think it's just a humongous desert, but
it's not.
It's not. We do have a lot of desert, but we have mountains. We got there's places you could go are really nice. We got ski resorts. And then we're close, we border Colorado, so if you're really into skiing, up there, I love skiing. I try to get out as much as I can. But a lot of times I go
in the early years when I was a flight attendant, my run was Chicago nonstop.
You were a flight attendant?
In the early years, I sure was. I was young then. I was like 20. Let's see, I was 24 years old.
You know what? Opening everything up, I'm ready to travel. I want to just fly everywhere. I wish I had wings. I want to fly everywhere.
That would be good. Hey, Michael Ray, Santa Fe. I work in Santa Fe. I live in Albuquerque. I live actually in Rio Rancho. It's another town that's connected to Albuquerque, but I live there and I work in Santa Fe. And Santa Fe, it's a whole different world. I'm not crazy about it. People love it, but I grew up seeing it, so it's like it's no big deal to me, right? I mean, it's got history. It's one of the, it's the oldest capital because the Spanish were there in the 1600s. So I mean, it's a lot of history there.
Because it was a famous boot company or something that was in Albuquerque, and I picked up my dad and uncle some snakeskin boots there.
Oh, okay.
Back in that time. Because that was what in 80. This is when I was that age. It was probably like 86, 87.
Yeah.
I was about ready to give it up though.
I ended up in New Mexico because my great grandfather came out because he was suffering from mustard gas poisoning from World War One. So he came out. Yeah. So he came out here because the dry climate, it was easier on him. And his wife, my great grandmother, died at 26 from tuberculosis. So that's why I'm here. And just a little family history. But
mustard gas, what was the side effects that he
that stuff would kill you, but if you survived it, you get a little bit in your lungs, and it slowly kills you, I guess. It does. I haven't really researched it. I mean, he survived and he lived with it, but as he got older, he got weaker, and it took its toll. And then the reason my wife is out here is her father was in the Army, right? And this was during the Vietnam era. He did a couple of tours in Vietnam, and then he was on like a special detail where he would travel across the country, and he would go find these soldiers that went AWOL and bring them back. And he was going through across the country, and he went through Albuquerque, and they stopped and stayed. I guess a couple days. Something happened. They had to stay a couple days. And he says, "You know what? The people are friendly. I love it here." And when he retired, he moved out here with his wife, and and you know, his son and daughter, you know, and me and my wife, we met because we're in the same town. It's just interesting how things happen that you come together. And what was neat is when we went in the Army, you know, when I went home on leave, we went to the same place. Both our families live here, so we didn't have to divide the time to see whose family we're going to see this time. So that was a blessing, and
that was meant to be. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it was. And the funny thing is where my wife lived, and people would make fun of me or laugh and stuff, because the part of town she lived in, it was mostly white people, and she was the only black girl on her basketball team.
Okay.
Yeah. So you know, people would say, because I would tell them where I met my wife, and she's black, she's from there, but she lived in a real nice neighborhood. And
I just sat up here and chuckled because I was just thinking about when you said, okay, hold on, I'll drop my can. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Oh, no worries.
You know what? Hold on. I'm doing arts and crafts. So I'm trying to multitask, as you can see. But what was funny is when you said your dad would say, son, go out and meet her to make sure.
Yeah. You know what? It was crazy. And my stepmom would tell me that too. Hey, if Sandra's coming, go out and watch for her. Make sure it's and the thing of it is our neighborhood was crazy, right?
That was so funny. But no, it's funny because you're a white guy and she's a black girl, and you are telling your dad is telling you to watch her. No, yeah, and that's why it's so funny to me. Oh my word!
Yeah, it was like that. It is kind of, because it don't meet the stereotype, right?
Right.
But I mean, my neighborhood, it was rough, but it wasn't nothing like Chicago or New York, nothing like that. You know, I mean, in actuality, we had our issues, but it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
But you know, they were concerned because, you know, we had some crazy things happen.
It's just the way you tell that is so funny. That is so funny.
But here's the thing. My father made plenty of money. We didn't have to live there.
Yeah.
The reason we did, because we were an upper middle class family that lived in a lower middle class neighborhood. And the reason is my dad, when he bought the house back in '73, that's all he could afford, right?
Year. That was a good year. I was
that's your year. Yeah, I was 3 years old then. But he bought the house because that's what he could afford. You know, he finally got a good job. He finally became a fireman. But back then, they didn't make much money. Now they do pretty well. But he bought a house where he can afford, right? And and through the years, he fixed it up. You know, he landscaped the yard, added on to the house, and he never moved. That's his home, and he won't leave. And me and my brother tell him, say, Dad, you got to get out of there. No, that's home. Yeah, but it's pretty rough. And, well, it's like that all over. I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not. But
I love it.
It's funny. Yeah.
He's telling the truth. It's tough everywhere now.
Yeah. But what's funny is you look at the houses, it's an older neighborhood, and the yards are, you know, falling apart. And then my dad's house, the yard's immaculate. The house is just, everything's upkeep real well. And it's kind of like that movie Gran Torino.
Okay.
Yeah, you remember he lived in that old neighborhood, but his yard was always nice. And he was stubborn, and, you know, he'd just speak his mind. My dad's like that. I mean,
I don't even know. Your dad, I love your dad and don't even know him. I wish I really do wish I could meet him.
That sounds like me. I'm the same way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because I had it was some guy, he was like cruising around. He had backed his car or something up in my driveway. And I told him, I said, you don't live here and I don't know you. I said, so you have no business in my driveway, you know. And he just acted like he didn't hear me, and I just came out with my gun. I said, now, are you listening to me now? See, by me kind of being half country raised like that out of Georgia, see, I'm just different.
Okay.
That's all. But I'll bring that gun out in a minute.
That's a northern move too. That's just that. Up north, that's the way that Northerners tend to, have. That's the communication that goes on up north. Yeah.
All about respect.
Mr. Brent, I know you probably ready to lay down too. It is getting late though.
Yeah, I need to too, because I'm going to go to church in the morning. Then I'll come back, get a nap, and then I'll do the prayer meeting. And I'll see how I feel about doing a show at that in the evening. I don't know yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
Miss Kiss, are you going to attend the prayer meeting?
Oh, I'm sorry. You said what? You talking to me? Say it again, sweetheart.
Are you going to attend the meeting, the prayer meeting?
No, because I have my spiritual activities planned from the morning all the way throughout the afternoon. So I have my spiritual activities planned. But thank you for asking. I appreciate that. I like you. I do.
I wish I could be there to go to church with you too. That'd be beautiful too.
That would be lovely. I like you already. I do. I do. You are very sound and very. You know how you can you can feel a person's aura and you can just recognize as real.
Okay. That's what all the girls said that work with me too, because I got along with everybody. Because I mean, everybody has their hang-ups and the way they feel about different races and people.
We all have our stuff. We do have our stuff. Yeah,
but I sure would go with you to your church though, to your meetings and things. Because I used to, back in the day, I was I used to play the organ, and it was my life. It was kind of crazy. My dad was Sicilian and Irish, and he was Roman Catholic, and my mother was Pentecostal. She was from the island, St. Antigua, and he said that church was just the devil, and it was just crazy. But it was what it was, and he didn't want me to go over to the church and play the music, and because I was just gifted, couldn't read or note nothing. But honey, I could get in there and get that organ thing going, and they just loved it,
Really?
So he had to. He told my mother and some of the relatives, he said, you know what, Chris, that's good people. He said, but different. He said, that's my different child. And he said, I just have to go with the flow.
I mess with you. I mess with you. I do. I mess with you.
All right.
I do. So you're all right with me.
I'm telling you, thank you so much. You are too. I just love your voice.
You do.
I do.
Thank you so much. In fact, I was just telling Brent, I don't really go back and listen to the shows because I you know how you don't like to hear your own self.
Yeah. I'm like that too. I won't you know what? Maybe it's a bad thing. Maybe I should go back and listen to what I say or how I but I don't like listening to my voice. I think I sound like a weirdo. And it just like does something to my comment. I'm like, no, I ain't going to listen to it. I'll look at the people's reaction. If they give me a lot of likes, okay, it's good.
Yeah.
But kids, you got it though. I'm telling you, the way you sound and the way you express yourself and everything. Because I thought you were, when I first heard you, I thought you were a psychologist. Coming on to the show too.
Oh no.
You know what? You're so sweet. Most people, I have heard that compliment from a lot of people, and they say I always think if 3 or more people tell you that the same thing, it must be true. You're such a sweetheart, and I've heard a lot of people say that. And even
you missed your
every bit of
calling,
people
though.
come to
You
me
sure
and say,
did.
but you know what? No, because here's the thing. I don't need any more help to be crazy. Okay. However, however, you're so sweet. I guess it comes naturally. And then two, having to do self-work and then dealing with child abuse myself and me being such an empath and having to protect my younger siblings and even my older siblings from the abuse. And being and having to raise them and raise nieces and nephews, then great niece and all that, and then protecting different ones that were bullied in school, being such a mother,
yes,
a
you had to
mother
grow up
bear. I
fast.
think that's where that comes from. And then
You had to grow up fast.
I had to grow up fast. And when I heard Maya Angelou said that she went mute because of her trauma over the years, I was able to snap into that, and then she put it into poetry. Now here's the thing. I didn't go completely mute. However, I did used to get in trouble because I didn't really talk when I was younger.
No kidding.
I wasn't allowed to have a voice. So a lot of my trauma, I will just internalize it. And so I was able, you know what I'm saying? So I think all of those ingredients all over from here and there and I used to go around when I would see poetry, I would just copy it, not knowing that I really loved it. But my first poem, I was in 6th grade, and I still have that. And I think I put it in my book. I don't know for sure, but it will be in my book that I'm actually getting revised and my the quotes and all that. And so I think because of all of that, I think that's what everyone hears. But me being,
but you have a message, though. That's for sure. You truly do. You have a message. That's for sure. You do.
I do share it, and I do talk to people about the Bible and all that, but I also am a student because I don't think any of us know everything. And in fact, we don't. But I don't think anybody should get to where they feel none of us should get to where we feel like we know enough to where we shouldn't allow ourselves to be learn. You know what I'm saying? So I think we should check ourselves and become humble and make ourselves become humble enough and sit and be students too. So I think that's what we hear. You know how they say it takes a village when it comes to children?
Yes.
So many people, not having parents, so many people raise me outside of them. So with that being said, you hear a whole village when you hear me.
Yes.
So I refuse to take, thank you. I value that, but I refuse to take all of the credit. So you hear everybody. And this may sound crazy, but you hear legions. And when I say legions, I mean that in a good way. So that's what you hear. And then me doing the work, me reading, me listening to other people, me, seeking out and all of that. You hear a village. Thank you so much.
But I think that's the reason why I'm the person that I am today too. And I think, but I had older parents, but I thank God that the older relatives, they took a hold and, they helped finish, raising me. My parents lived old because my dad, if he was still alive, let's see, at my age now, daddy would be way over 100, because he was 48 years old when I showed up.
Oh my!
Oh wow!
And then my mother was 40 when I showed up. So I've got siblings in their 80s.
Oh wow!
And your siblings are in their 80s?
I have some siblings there in their 80s. See. Because my mother. She and I both are born in September. My mother will be 99 years old the 17th next September. See.
Oh wow.
And I'll be 62. And daddy would be, oh God, we're probably about 114 years old, probably, huh?
Oh,
you add to my age.
Okay. Hey guys, I'm gonna have to wrap it up, guys.
Okay.
It's sure good talking to you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That's huge. Okay, Brent, we're gonna let you go. One thing I want to ask you, Brent, is it possible for you to ever get your dad on your show?
Probably not, but I will try.
Please do. See if you can work
Yeah.
on him.
I don't know if he'll do it. He sees
Okay.
my show and he's like, okay. And he just says, son, you're crazy, but I love you. I just like, he says, he watched some of my shows. He's like, oh, okay. He said, you're crazy, but hey, I love you, son, anyway. I was just
What
like,
month was your father born in?
huh?
What month was your father born in?
October,
Early October?
the end of October.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's a Scorpio, huh?
I don't know. Honestly, I'd have to look that up.
If it's over the 23rd, yes.
Okay, no, he's not. He's before the 23rd.
He's a Libra, like one of my older brothers. Kind of difficult, kind of stubborn, but good people.
That sounds like your dad. I love. He just sounds hilarious to me. My goodness, he sounds like Grumpy Old Men. You know that show, Grumpy Old Men?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But he sounds like them, but just somebody you would just want to watch out for, love on. He can offend you, but it's okay. You'll still fix his meal. You know, just
it's like he's got a big heart, but he's tough.
Yeah.
It's like you won't see it till like later on. It's like I remember growing up and I just felt he was so hard on me, like, gosh. But now I look back, I understand, and I get it. It makes sense now. When I was younger, when I was a teenager, I couldn't understand why he was the way he was. But then I look back how I was, and I like, okay, I understand. You know, but
did he acknowledge his wrong and apologize and try to change? Was he that type?
Yeah, he would. When he's wrong, he would.
So,
most of the time, he wasn't really wrong. He made me humble, but he never sat there and just run me down. He would say, you know, there was a difference. He always had.
In a Libra, they won't do that.
It's like he would, in a way, tear me down to keep me grounded. But he'd say, but you can accomplish this with hard work. Or he would say, he would give me light at the end of the tunnel, but it's not going to be given to you. And he always says, you know, you're my son and I love you, but you're no better than anybody else. He never and see, that's different than most parents. Most parents will say, yeah, you know, you're my son, my daughter, you know, you're going to be the best. You know, a lot of times we lift up our kids like they're the greatest, and they're just kids.
Yeah.
But my dad didn't do that. He told me straight up, "You're not." I told him I was going to play for the Dallas Cowboys because, you know, when I was a little kid, he said, "Son, no, you're not." He said, "Yeah." I said, "Yeah, Dad, I'm going to." No, first of all, I'm going to tell you why. First of all, you're little, and you're not that fast, so that ain't going to happen. But I'm sure you're going to find it. You know, I got faith that you'll find a good career and you can be successful if you work hard. That's what he would leave me with. But you know what? I thought, you know, because some parents will say, "Yeah, you can do it. Yeah, you'll make it." No, he's being honest, and honestly, and he's right. I mean, that's for someone that accomplished that. That's like 1 in a million. These you know, athletes. They're they're the best of the best. Even no, I'm serious.
Yeah, it's true.
Even the players that aren't that good, are top-notch athletes.
Yeah,
you know. So, I mean, that's reality. I mean, growing up, you see the truth. But as a little kid, you know, you're dreaming and you're thinking all this stuff. And he just brought me down to reality. Nope, that ain't going to happen. And But
Because I have a
Donnie,
nephew, he played professional ball for 5 years.
oh yeah,
Who did?
I have a nephew,
Okay.
oh
he
okay,
played pro ball for 5 years.
nice.
Okay.
Football.
Mhm.
And you know what?
But
I looked up on, was it like a Wikipedia, or I Googled it one day just for the hell of it. And hit Toy Cook, it popped up and I just almost fainted. And it told everything about it.
oh yeah, you,
I
you
didn't know that.
yeah,
Yeah,
the internet.
they do.
The internet, you can Google anybody and they'll tell you all kinds of information. That's scary.
It's
It is. It sure is.
Yeah.
Because he played for the New Orleans Saints first.
Oh
And then
wow.
he played for the San Francisco 49ers. And then he
Wow.
retired from the Carolina Panthers.
oh.
Oh, okay.
It says in his profile he was, I think, the fastest or something in it at that time. You know, they
Oh
could never
wow.
get their hands on him or throw him down. You know, a lot of players got tackled, got thrown down. They could never catch him.
Oh
Wow.
wow. Yeah.
hmm hmm
Wow.
So I had to step my game up and learn it. I knew a little about football, but not much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And I was worried about that first year he played, that his team, New Orleans, they played against the Chicago Bears. And I said, you know what, I'm going to freeze to death. But for some reason, I guess God was with me. It was 82 degrees that day, and that was unusual for October.
Oh wow.
wow. Yeah.
But see, your nephew, his parents probably told him that he could do it because they knew that he had that speed, or it was possible for him to be able to fulfill that.
Because he went to Stanford University, and that's where
Wow.
they picked him from. He was on that. He played for them.
Wow.
And I guess they had that day, you know, when the coaches and things come, and that's how he got selected. He made it.
Wow.
But he said that just
So
wasn't
they
for
drafted
him.
him. They went to his school and drafted him for
Yes.
his high school. Wow. See, that's big.
Yeah.
But see, he probably showed those, but your dad, Brett, knew that wouldn't happen.
Yeah,
So he just kept it real with you. It's hilarious, but I love that he kept you. He's being realistic, helping you to be realistic.
Well, and that's what you do, because if I would have believed that and then be let down, I mean, and
you would have been devastated. I
would have. I mean, I could go play high school ball, sure, but I was never going to make college, and I don't know. It's reality, and most of us are not super athletes. Most of us, we're just everyday people, and he kept it real, and and you know what? That's a blessing, because you know what? Whenever I get thrown down, I can get back up, because I'm not expecting to be the best.
Yeah.
But, and when you're grounded like that, it's easier to get up, because, and then it makes you better, because you're like, okay, I'm not all that, so I have to really work hard. You know what I mean?
And then too, it helps you to find your lane in life.
Yeah.
It does. You're patient at finding your lane, but once you find your niche in life, you're like, okay, this is it. This is what I'm supposed to be, and I'm good. You're okay. You know what I'm saying? You're okay with tripping and falling, because it is what it is. You don't fall, you don't unravel. Because you've been prepared. And once you find that niche, you're good. It is what it is. This is what I'm supposed to be. But if you've been told your whole life, you're the greatest at everything, this is because that's what you do. And then when you get in the real world and you're not as great as mom or dad has told you, it
crushes you, yes.
Yeah. And that's why because you become a narcissist. You're supposed to be, you think in your world, I'm supposed to always hear this. I'm supposed to always be this, because of what mom and dad has created. And when you don't hear that and when you don't see that, some kids are suicidal because of that, or they turn to drugs to be able to numb that. Which is it's sad. It really is painful. Seriously, you see them putting out these dark videos, on these dark videos, confessing how they really feel. It really is pain. It's hard to watch. It really is.
It is. Yeah.
I'm gonna back out here so he can go to bed so he can get up.
Yeah.
Okay, but go on, Brent. I just wanted to ask if you can get your dad on here. If you could try, but
I wouldn't hold my breath. He's not.
Okay.
He's not a big social media guy.
Yeah.
Might it's kind of to himself.
Yeah.
I'll ask him and he'll probably laugh at me like, "Oh yeah, right."
Okay.
He says, it's funny because he'll watch me and he said, "Son, what are you talking about here?" Okay. I know you've been attracted to black women. I get it. But he said, "You know what? You're just crazy. Enjoy your life. Enjoy it."
That is so funny. I wish I could meet him. He's so. What you say, it cracks me up. It makes me bust out and start laughing, because it's like I can picture him. I've met those kind, and I would love to hear him say it. But I understand. But oh well, he has a fan here. He really does have a fan here. So, but okay.
Oh gosh. Now I'm yawning. I better get to bed.
Okay. All right, party people.
Miss Sun Kitty, I'm sure glad I got to talk to you. I'm telling you, it was beautiful.
Huh?
I said, I'm sure glad I got to talk with you too. Also,
I feel honored. My goodness, I feel honored. You make sure you reach out to Brent to get my email address. Okay?
I sure will.
Okay.
Mr. Brent is so wonderful that you let me come aboard. So this is beautiful.
You know what?
Come up more, okay?
But man, you know what? I'm so behind. I got to send out a Bible to this young lady for that Bible giveaway. I still got it in the box, and I got to send Corey that jersey. Gosh, I've lost
you
it.
Just got a lot going on right now.
Yeah, I do. I got some things I got to do. I'm going to be busy Monday, but that's okay. But
see, I've been sitting here. I've been decorating the candle. What can I bring it over here?
Beautiful.
No, okay.
So you know what? I'm going to have to do more lives with you.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting here, just going at it, like listening and just doing arts and crafts. Other than that, I probably will be like, I'll do it tomorrow. But
come on, join the panel and make some arts and crafts.
I sure will. I'm multitasking, as I say we can do. So
you are.
Yes, it's great. Oh my, I love this. Oh, Brent, we love you. We do. Us black women, we love you. We love you.
Definitely.
Yes.
Oh no, J10, it's not the giveaway from Christmas. I just told Corey I'd send him one. He liked the Golden Knights jersey, and I just, I told him I'd send it to him.
What team is that? The Golden Knights.
Las Vegas Golden Knights. It's a hockey team.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. You see me wear it. It's got like the knight helmet on it. It's a really nice jersey.
Okay, because you do have on sometimes you do have on one though.
Yeah, I got a hockey jersey on now. This is the Mighty Ducks.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I used to be a manager of a sports store, and I remember the Mighty Ducks and all that. A lot of cute white guys would come in, and I would go, may I help you? And they would say, yeah. I'd be like, hey, So that's how
one thing about white guys. They always some kind of way would make me turn around and look twice.
See, that I did get some dates. Trust me, I got some dates.
Telling you, you're a pretty lady.
You're so sweet. I like, you're pretty. I love your skin is impeccable. Seriously, but we will get together and go to Sephora and all that, get some nice, pretty skin stuff, and have some
Okay,
good.
that'd be beautiful. And I have enough out there. We can just go in there and get wild.
Yeah. And we can get together and go to Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge. We'll talk.
Yeah, okay.
We'll travel.
That'd be beautiful. I'm telling you.
All right.
Well, we're gonna go to bed, I guess, huh?
Huh?
I said, I guess we'll all get off and get us some rest.
Yes, we have to get some sleep. This is gonna make me go to bed because I'll start doing some more, arts and crafts, and then next, my bags will be down in here. So yes, we need to get some sleep. Thank you all. Thank you. I feel honored that we talked. Okay.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Hey, this was a fun night, ladies.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. This is the longest movie review I've done, and we've covered the movie in the beginning and then multiple other things, but it was fun.
Yes.
But anyway, I'll be on for the prayer meeting tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, I'll do a live. But if I do, it's only going to last an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, because I got to work the next day, so I can't
be up too late.
Yeah. I mean, I can tonight, even though I'm going to church in the morning, but it's only going to be a couple hours, so I'll come home, get a nap, do the prayer meeting, and then go back to bed. And I'll probably do a sleeping day like I did today.
I'm glad you got rest, though. Seriously, when you say you slept good, I was like, good. I'm glad he slept.
Oh, that was awesome. I tell you, I felt so good when I woke up. I was just like, oh yeah. And like I said, I was enjoying my sleep. I was having good dreams. It was like I was in a good mood. And the night before, I think the show went really well, and it was fun, and it just kind of carried over. And I was like, hey, that was all right. And that carried on forever too. But it's because I have fun, and people tell me, you know what, you should narrow down your shows and not go so long, but it's hard. It really is.
Because it's organic though. It's not forced. Yours is organic.
Yeah.
So
Because if they get tired of watching, they just turn it off. That's all. But they can't tell you how to run your show.
Well, yeah, that's true. And that's
that part right there.
Yeah. And oh gosh, I got
you getting sleepy too.
Yeah.
Mr. Need to go to sleep.
Yeah. CC says I need an assistant. I probably need like 5 assistants. But I'll wait till the channel gets to, I don't know, a few more thousand. No, but anyway,
that'll be the person to be with you too, I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That won't be long, Brent. A few more. That won't be long.
You can be up there too with him.
Yeah.
I say you can be. I say you be the candidate to be his assistant too.
You're so sweet.
Yeah.
And you're gonna be up there. What? You're gonna be one of the assistants too.
Yeah.
How about that?
It sounds good. I'm telling you.
And then J10, definitely you can be a assistant. You're hired.
Yes, J10 can be one. J10. We talked about J10 before. I've mentioned J10 to you. So, and you were like, yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. J10, you're hired. I can't pay you though. I don't have no money, but if I ever become a millionaire, I'll bring you up and let you be an assistant. Yeah.
Don't need no money. Just have all. It's just about all truth.
Yeah.
I think that's a payment enough.
And that's the beautiful thing, having this as a hobby. There's no pressure to make money. There's no pressure to have to do anything. I could come on, go live, and talk about anything, and it just seems that we have a good time, and you know, some shows I have to be specific, sure, but you know, like this. I mean, this was, you know, we're supposed to just do a movie review, but we just had a little too much fun.
Like they say, I always say, you having fun, that time is gonna fly by. But you know, this guy, there was a guy that worked for Disney, and he said, when you're doing what you love to do, you're not working. And so this is
That's it. That's it. You hit it on the head. I would hate to do this for a living. I would pull my hair out. I would go nuts. You know, just doing this as a hobby sometimes.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'll see, like, you know, I'll watch the numbers and they'll be climbing. Sometimes they'll dip down. Some people will leave. And then I just like, oh my God, what did I do wrong? And then, you know, and then they go up again. And then it's like an emotional roller coaster. You're happy, yeah. And it's like, oh no, I messed up. Now it's going go. And I can't imagine if this was my job. Yeah, I would. It wouldn't be fun no more. I don't think. I think it would be like, okay, I got to do this show, and I got to get this many people watching, and I got to talk about this.
But isn't it nice to not rely on this as your bread and butter?
Yes.
It's great, isn't it? To never, and never let this be your bread and butter. Like you said, just let it be for fun. This year's your hobby, you know?
Yeah, it is. And I think if I ever got to the point where I had to depend on it as income, I think it would go down. I think I would. I don't think it would last.
Yeah.
Because it would take the passion out of it. It would be just a job.
Yeah.
I don't want it to be a job. I want it to be fun, you know.
But it would change though, because the audience would be different, and it just show you how many people want to hear the truth and a lot of people don't want to hear the truth. So sure, they're gonna bag out.
Yeah,
that's huge. That's huge. What you just said.
Yeah. And you know what? I wouldn't be as close to, you know, to you guys like I am. It wouldn't be personal. It'd be like, okay, I'm here to watch you entertain me. Instead of like listening to me, okay, I get what you're saying. Oh, okay, that makes sense. You know what I mean? It's more.
You'll end up pandering. In eternity, some days you will pander. Because then you're looking for money.
I would have I would have to.
Yeah.
And if somebody said, you know what? The topic you hit, and if I get like 5 emails saying, you know what? I don't want you to talk about that. Guess what? Now, if I rely on this, I have to go with what they say.
You would no longer be organic.
No.
And here's the thing: people pick up on that.
They do.
You will be surprised as to who pick up on that. Now,
that's true.
People that are riding hard, they may just continue to ride hard for you. But at the end of the day, people pick up on that. Some people just want their ears tickled. Some people just go mute and pretend like they hear no evil, see no evil, none of that. But the thing is, people pick up on that. And someone like me, oh, you won't see me no more. I'm not supporting it. But the thing is, it's true. It's true. So it's good that it's not your bread and butter. It needs to stay the way that it is. You know, for fun. Just hobby.
Yeah, and it does. Because at my job, I got to be good at it. This, I don't have to be good at it.
Yeah.
Not saying I don't care, because I do. I want to, you know, I want people to watch and I want people to get something out of it. I want to do good, but it's not like if I don't do good, I'm done. No. You know.
So
the people that want to hear the truth, though, you'll always have a following, because those shows that started out in the early years, like those PTLs, this how they got started. They weren't always on the air, and you know, had all the, I guess, the glitz and the glamour, I guess, the way it turned out. You know, so this show you can take it anywhere you want it to go. See?
Yeah.
Because there's no sugar coating and nobody's throwing salt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
See, anytime it's real and it's natural, you know, that goes a long way. And you'd be surprised at people that have money and would actually fund you, and they wouldn't want anything out of it. It would actually put you in a studio somewhere. See,
Yeah.
you know, because your horizons can always be widened, you know, but you have it at a level, you know, to where you want it to be. But your show, it could definitely go large.
Yeah, I think it could, but
or just like look at how Jerry Springer, he went almost 30 years being silly.
Yeah, he did.
That would not be a show that I would have ever thought would have lasted that long, and I would
I know, right?
See it every day, you know.
With all that nonsense. Every show it broke out into a fight. I'm just like, okay.
Look at how he made millions of dollars. I'm sure.
Is he still on air? I haven't watched him. I mean,
no,
I probably was 10 or 11 last time I saw it when he was still decent. He's no, he's no longer on the air.
No.
Oh, okay.
Maury said he's giving it up this year. I think he was 31 years. I think the Maury Povich show.
Oh, is it?
April, I think, is supposed to be his last really broadcasting month.
Oh. Okay.
I never really watched those shows really till we had COVID, but I learned something from that show and I was even in the medical field, and I didn't realize that we could bore twins and they can have different fathers, and I didn't know that.
Yeah, because a woman can get pregnant, you know, multiple times, you know. So
and I didn't even realize that because I was like, you know, I just figured, you know, just the one guy, and you know, that's just the way it went. But I was just knocked off my feet, you know, because they were screaming and crying. But I know sometimes, you know, well, you do have fraternal and identical, but those kids, they were just too different. One of them really turned out to be mixed, and the other one was, you know, really white. So he really knocked me out.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad Brett's not headed that way. We don't want him being like Jerry Springer.
Oh no, his message is not. His message is positive. That's the thing about his show.
Hey, Chris, could you see Brett breaking up fight?
Yeah, right.
Could you see him breaking up fight?
I don't think he would have the mentality to let it carry on like that, you know. Yeah, I think he probably would do a show that night and that'd be it.
Right. That'd be funny. Well,
I would probably not break it up. I'd sit there and just watch it, like
right.
What's and then he'd be telling himself all at the same time. He'd be like, "When I leave here this time, this is it."
Yeah, enough of this.
Yeah,
but it's your first show. Yeah, I'm done.
Right. Can you imagine your dad? Can you imagine what your dad would say then, Brent? Could you imagine?
He wouldn't say I'm crazy. He'd say, "Son, you're stupid." I mean, he would just. When he says crazy, it's like, okay, you're doing your own thing, and you know it's. But
I'm glad those shows are good enough to air.
It's gotten kind of. I don't know. It's just went in the drama. Look at Maury Povich. He used to be like just a talk show guy, but now it's all about who's the daddy and like. And what's disturbing about that is you got these women, and a lot of them don't know who the father is, and then the guy finds out he's not. He's like, "Yeah, see, I told you," in her face, and it's like our society is horrible.
It's like
again, it's that they think that a man he don't know that if it's his child or not too. You know, it's silly because a man he has enough sense to know when if he sees that child that if he don't really see anybody in the family like him, you know, it's something. Just like me, I have a niece that's so much like me, but he's my third brother. You know, she's my third brother's child. You know, so it's like, well, we're here so we can witness that child look like really somebody in the family. You know, so because your children are not gonna always come here, you know, looking like you. You know, and that's what happened to me too by my kids. Yeah, I was kind of like, what was that movie back in the day? Imitation of Life.
Yeah. Okay.
And my kids, you know, they're not just like mulatto boys. They just, you could throw them out there and you couldn't tell. They got the hair and the light eyes and the features and everything. And my youngest son, tonight, I remember about 15 years ago, he asked me, he says, Mama, he said, I used to kind of thought you were kind of ashamed to take me around. And you know what? And to be honest about that situation, and that was just the devil. And I was, you know, my mom used to take him a lot around because I was just, for some reason, I just was ashamed to take him around because we were just so different, and to me in looks. That's all. But I'm fortunate though, because a lot of kids that mix like that, you know, they get away. They don't look back. You know, they go on it really into their other world. You know.
It runs so deep. It's so sad. It's just so many sad stories that you know, with that.
But I'm blessed, you know, and everything. So, but I felt funny at times because I thought, you know, when they came, I'm like, you know what? I think they brought me the wrong child, you know. And then my husband was like, he said, well, look at me. He said, I'm Italian, German, and Russian, you know. So I said, well, and then he said, your dad is Italian and, you know, mixed like that. He said, so the blood was just strong, you know. He said, although you don't feel like, you know, your skin was light or anything.
But that's what we call the people of color, because we don't know what color, you know.
But I know we be of multiple colors, you know, true enough, but it was overwhelming for me at first, but I got used to it though.
Yeah.
All right, ladies, let's close it down.
Okay, yes, we're gonna say our good nights, and I'll get with you, Mr. Brennan, get Miss Sonica's information.
Hi.
I will. I mostly
Okay.
will.
Okay.
All right.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Okay. Good talking to you, ladies. Have a good night.
Yes, definitely.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye-bye.
I had a great time. Good night. Thanks.
I did too. All right. Have a good night.
Good night.
And
Brent,
yes.
look what you helped me to do. See that?
Oh wow.
All right. I'm taking credit for that.
See, this I'm going to give you credit even when I go to sell this stuff. I'm going to tell them how this came about. I'm going to give you credit because everything I'm doing while I'm on your show, I'm going to say something. I'm going to give you credit.
Nice.
Isn't that wonderful?
Good night, people.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night. Have a good night, ladies.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
And in the chat, guys, you have a good night. And those still watching, thank you. Another marathon show.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, I had a good time. And thank you for watching. God bless you guys. And probably about 4 o'clock Eastern, I'm looking at doing the prayer meeting. And I'm going to show that video of that senator on what he said about interracial marriage. And we'll break that down. And we're going to pray about it because I think that's something we need to pray about and look into. Of course, they're not going to overturn and take away people's right to marry interracially. But the fact that he even said that, we'll go into it.
They're trying to overturn that, is what you're saying? Just say yes or no.
No. They're not trying to overturn. What it was is he believed that the Supreme Court shouldn't have got involved, that it was a state issue. You know, that he believes it should be left to the states. but it's not a state issue. It's a human right issue.
Yeah.
You know, you're telling somebody that, okay, if you're not in this, if they don't allow interracial marriage in this state, you can't do it. You have to leave and go somewhere else because that's what that state wants. And, you know, they're not trying to overturn nothing. That was just his legal opinion. You know, he said he's going by principle.
But why even mention? I mean, what is the purpose in even bringing it up? Why mention it?
I don't know. They were talking legal matters, and they're talking about the Supreme Court because they got a new nominee, and you know how they go through the process. He was given his opinion, but it was nonsense. It's like, okay, wait a minute. I mean, yeah, but we'll get into it. I'll show you guys the video. And then that way you actually see it and you can get your opinion on it. Because if I tell you, then I'm kind of going on my opinion. And I'm sure most of us will agree on that issue. If not all of us, I'm sure are going to agree that it's nonsense what he was saying. But we'll break it down. And I'll look for some scripture to read on that too, and we'll put it together and have a fun time. And then maybe that evening I'll have a little show before, you know, not too late. Maybe do an hour, maybe 2 if we really get to talking. But after 2, I got to shut it down because I got to get to work the next day. But anyway, we'll do that. But guys, have a good night.
I'm just gonna share this and then we can shut it down. Look at what another thing that I did while I didn't show you. Not this show, but it was another show I didn't show. Your show helped me to do this too.
A clock?
I didn't share it with you, but I was doing this one time. I was watching your show, thanks to you. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
and I'm so serious. Your show is like it's a multi-purpose show. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. But go on. And I'm going to let you get you some sleep. Thank you all.
Okay, thanks. Hey, thanks, thank you, Sunkissed. Good to have you on.
So, okay, it's nice to be here. Bye-bye. I'm going to let you go now so you can get you some sleep.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. And guys, have a good night tonight. God bless you and your families. And if you got time, come to the prayer meeting, okay? I'm a Christian, and you don't have to be one to come into the prayer meeting. You don't. And, you know, that's just something else I do. I add to the channel. So if you're interested in that, join me on that. And all I do is I read some scripture. I might show a video, and, you know, I'll talk about God and the Bible and stuff. And that's basically what it is, you know. But, you know, and I open up the panel if you guys want to talk, you know, read scripture, testimony, or just talk. You know, that's what it's about. But anyway, have a good night tonight. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Sunkiss, good night. Always a pleasure. And everybody on the panel tonight, thanks for coming up. I had a really good time. J10, it was awesome having you on. Thanks for coming up here, young lady. You know, we love you, and you're awesome. And you know, I was happy when she came on. I was excited. I was like, that's neat. That's awesome. But anyway, guys, have a good night. God bless you and your families, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Good night.